Another beautiful day at Melbourne Park for the finals of the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff, and we've got some great encounters for you today. Arina Rodionova taking on Daria Gavrilova, the runner-up from last year, taking on a player who really is on the rise after an injury-affected year. And then following that, the second seed, JP Smith, he's finally through to a final at the Wildcard Playoff, and he is taking on the defending champion Jordan Thompson. The prize on offer today, a wildcard through to the main draw for Australian Open 2015. Hello and welcome to Melbourne Park. It is another beautiful day for tennis, and we've seen some great competition over the past 6 days. And Kate Kearns and Bojana Babusi, very nice to see you. Two intriguing matches and two really good finals coming up.
Oh, absolutely. First off, with the women's match, we've seen, they've had pretty easy rides into the final, I have to say. Sometimes pushed, but haven't lost a set, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out today. And on the men's side, we spoke to JP yesterday. He was really amped up for a big match, playing Jordan Thompson, who's had an easier path through.
That's right, Pete. It's going to be a great final today. Both men in some very great form. The way that JP's able to come into and execute will be something that Jordan will have to work hard to defend, but it's going to be a great final.
We want you to feedback and talk to us as well. Hashtag AO Playoff throughout today. Who do you think's going to take out the two wild cards today? And anything else that's on your mind? Hashtag AO Playoff. We've seen some wonderful conversation over the past couple of days, and certainly can follow the Australian Open on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. All the latest up-to-date news and information. There is plenty happening here at Melbourne Park, and plenty of news throughout the week as we've seen. Make sure you get on there to be in the know. Today's weather, beautiful day in Melbourne, 32 degrees. It is a day for champions, mostly sunny. The chance of rain is 0, not 10%. And I don't know whether you know this, but there's only 3 shopping days left to Christmas, and there's a 90% chance that I have to finish it off today. Well,
the shops are open, aren't they, 24/7 from now on, so we should be okay.
Yeah, well, we're going to give you a few gift ideas. If you're looking for something, maybe just wander into the AO shop. But we're looking forward to the women's final first up today, and Arina Rodionova taking on Daria Gavrilova, and particularly Daria Dasha, as we've called her this week. Very solid against Olivia Rogowska. It was almost that first set blink and you miss it 6-1.
Well, all of her first sets she's won 6-1. She is a front runner. She likes to get out there early and put the pressure on her opponent. And she's got such a wonderful defensive game too. She makes it very difficult for the server. The two are friends today, but we've been talking about her defensive skills and the way she works from the back of the court, but I've been particularly impressed with the way she's been able to turn defence into attack through this week.
And that's one of her greatest assets, Pete, is her ability to step in and take that ball early, but her defence is one of her greatest strengths, and it would be something that Arina will have to play really well today to be able to defend that. Yeah, defending her ATL teammate yesterday in Olivia Rogowska. The second of the semi-finals, Arina Rodionova, was very impressive over Natha Baines, and Bojana had been a big week for Natha, but this was a carbon copy of the first semi-final. We saw Arina get off to a great start and wasn't headed from there. And I think that's a little bit of the experience that we were talking about earlier in the week, Arina's ability to start very well, and it's her variety that was a bit hard for Natha to get back, and it'll be a very good matchup today with her variety. Yeah, and been in this position before, obviously was in the final last year against Casey Delacroix. Be looking to go that step further, but as Bojana said, that variety will be so important. Well, Arina hasn't put a foot wrong all week, and she's been super impressive. I like the way that she's just come through this tournament under the radar, I have to say, but she's taken note of all of her opponents. She has been courtside every time watching them. Well, that'll be the first match up today, and then coming up after that, the men's final, which will feature Jordan Thompson taking on JP Smith. And Bojana, from Jordan's point of view, he's had a pretty cruisy run. He didn't have to play his semi-final. Luke Saville pulling out with a hamstring injury before they could get out on court. But is that going to help him or be a hindrance not playing that semi-final match? That will be interesting to see today, Pete. It's very hot conditions. He is a little bit fresher than JP, but JP's had a cruisy run into this final, so I'm really looking forward to it, and hopefully we can get 5 sets.
Well, JP has made it through to the final finally at this event. He's been a perennial semi-finalist. Really impressive. 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 over the 4th seed, Ben Mitchell. Kate, you were watching that match, and just very, very solid at the moment, JP.
Yeah,
great form.
Very solid, but it's that big lefty serve that gets him so many free points. He gets his opponent out wide and opens up the court. He's got great hands at the net, so he has been super impressive this week. Yeah,
can he continue it on? It's going to be a really interesting match. JP coming from the clouds last year to beat Ben Mitchell, who was favoured to win that match. Can JP, will know the Jordan Thompson game, it's their first meeting, can he get over the top?
I'm going to go with JP today, Pete.
Only because we had him in the commentary area yesterday. Hashtag AO Playoff. We want your thoughts on who you think's going to make it through and win the wild card. A big prize on offer into the main draw of the Australian Open for 2015. Also at Australian Open on Twitter, Instagram, and also Facebook there too for all the latest news and results and information about the first Grand Slam of the year. We're not too far away from a start. The women's final first up today. Arina Rodionova and Daria Gavrilova, and then the men's final, JP Smith and Jordan Thompson. It's going to be a big day of tennis. Make sure you stay with us. The women's final coming up next, live from Melbourne Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, Serena Williams.
Oh, thanks, Serena. We must be next.
So the players on court for the women's singles final, the number 3 seed Daria Gavrilova taking on the 4 seed Arina Rodionova. The two good friends. Well, that might be after the match because they are in battle mode today. Not too far away from a start for both players, Kate. Yes,
Sorry,
you do put
Peter.
it to one side.
Yeah, you have to put it to one side just whilst you're on court, and then can start that friendship up again afterwards.
Arina Rodionova, 25 years of age, ranked 258 in the world, has been as high as 157, loves a hard court, and was made an Australian citizen back in January this year. Had a pretty good run through the tournament, 6-love, 6-2 over Sarah Tomic, and then a straight sets win over Olivia Chandramulia, and also over Natha Baines, as we saw in the opener. 7 singles titles, none in 2014, but was a finalist at the $25,000 event in Japan in May. And, of course, a finalist last year at this event, and losing to Casey Delacroix. And her opponent, Daria Gavrilova, 20 years of age, coached by Nicole Pratt, ranked 234 in the world, been as high as 128. That was back in October of 2013. One title after only spending 6 months on the tour, being out through injury. That was in Bangkok. Came through qualifying to win that. 2 titles overall, picking up a doubles title as well, as Boyana's been talking about. Was off the tour from November 2013 into 2014, into July there. And has been a second round player at the Australian Open. That was back in 2013. The former ITF Junior World #1. And to get through to this stage of the tournament, had a good win over Lizette Cabrera, 6-1, 7-6. And then Abby Myers in the quarterfinals, a straight sets win there. And as we saw, a straight set semi-final win over Olivia Rogowska. So really interesting final between these two. And they have played each other before, so they know each other's games pretty well. They did play earlier in 2014, and that was a win for Gavrilova.
I mean, on paper, there's not much between the two. In terms of form this week, as I said earlier, Daria's defensive game has been really top-notch, and I think that might be the difference here today.
So it'll be Daria Gavrilova to serve. with Arena back in her chair. So good crowd building up. Free entry to Melbourne Park if you're looking to get down here. We want your thoughts. Hashtag AO Playoff. But here we go. The women's singles final at the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. And Daria Gavrilova to get us underway.
Love 15.
Yeah, I mentioned that previous meeting back earlier this year, $50,000 event in Lexington, in Kentucky, and that was Gavrilova 6-4-7-5, and then previous to that was back in 2012 with Rodionova getting the win in 3 sets.
Love 13.
Great depth early on from Rodionova.
$15, 30. Let first serve.
A bit loose from Gavrilova in this opening game, but
15,
immediately
40.
both players a metre behind the baseline.
Rodionova, though, wasn't giving anything off the wing for Daria just then. She was playing straight up the middle of the court.
Game.
And a double fault to give away the game. So broken in the opening game of the match, Daria Gavrilova. So big prizes on offer. That is what they're playing for. That is an Australian Open official accreditation. And the winner will get that by virtue of getting a wild card through to the event.
And just a quick.
Oh, hang
hello.
on. Michael's back.
Yes, hello.
Where did you appear from, Michael? We haven't seen you for days. Where have you been?
I've been hiding. I've been watching. It's been good tennis so far. But just a quick shout out to AO Playoff. Adcourt Podcast is predicting a Daria win today. Make sure you let us know who you think's going to win at hashtag AO Playoff.
It's a bit awkward. It's a podcast I do. So is that my prediction?
I don't know.
Find it on SoundCloud.
Can you remember sending that today, Pete?
Hint, hint.
15 love.
Good pressure from Rodionova. Now that's Rodionova in full flight.
Yep.
Able to get that short ball, get into the net.
A terrific start from Arena.
$30 love.
Daria going for the big cross-court forehand. Too much on that shot.
Nice deep serving as well. So
40
pretty much
love.
on from the get-go, Arena Rodionova.
This is how she has played all week. Very few unforced errors in her game.
Another unforced error from Gavrilova. Just taking a little while to settle. Rodionova holds to love. It's 2-love opening sets.
By 2 games to love.
Just a quick shout out to everyone watching on Australian Open YouTube. We've got some Bulgarians, we've got some Russians, we've got some Australians. But just a reminder, if you are in Melbourne, head down to Melbourne Park. It's free entry and it should be a great day.
Well, Gavrilova just needs a few first serves into play. And that's a good steadying point to actually get hold of a long rally and be on the end of winning it. We're going to see a lot of baseline battles, but as we talked about, Kate, that variety that Arina Rodionova has to be able to switch it up to get into the net, I think will be crucial today. And again, big forehand up the line.
Well, she's missed a couple of those shots early on in this first set. That time finds the line.
Remembering we are playing under Grand Slam conditions, so 2 tie breaks for the first 2 sets and then advantage sets for the final set, as it will be for the 5th set of the men's.
Love.
So game points here for Gavrilova to get on the board in the match. That's really good serving in the end in that game from Gavrilova. And we're away. It's 2-1. Rodionova opening set. Break in hand. Michael on the keyboard.
That's right. Just want to shout out to everyone who's involved in our hashtag AO Christmas. It is day 9 of the AO Christmas competition on our Twitter account, where we're giving away lots of prizes, lots of Australian Open merchandise up for grabs, and just having a quick look at some of the tweets from today. We've had 9 restrung rackets. It is of course on the 9th day of Christmas. My true tennis love gave to me 9 Nishikoris. Or
sang that bit.
9 players advancing.
Got a lovely voice.
When they're when they're in the meter of the song, I'll sing it.
Okay.
And that Nishikori's one, that's quite good. But make sure to get involved at hashtag AO Christmas, guys. What would you have 9
I
of?
would want 9 days of no rain, because they will be the first 9 days of the tournament, and then we get through the event, because we're waterproof now.
We are waterproof.
I'm not sure whether Ty Vickery's waterproof, but he's out there in the crowd. He's been there all week, combining his pre-season training with the Aussie Rules team Richmond, just down the road, with watching Fiancé.
Which is football to all of our international viewers.
Yes. Did I not say that?
Australian rules. If it's
Sure,
an international
does.
crowd.
It's not 3 o'clock, we can't argue yet. That's a nice finish, Gavrilova. Really able to step into the court.
Tick-tock, bring on 3 o'clock. Still got a lot to say.
Oh, that's a super pickup. That's one of the pickups of the tournament.
15-all.
That's amazing work from Rodionova at the net.
Well, she had to actually get behind that ball. That was way past her.
It was, but the fortunate thing about it was that it had the backspin, so as it was heading in across the net, and when it bounced towards the net, so away from Gavrilova.
Oh, terrific backhand down the line.
30-15.
It's that extra power that's able to be incorporated.
We saw yesterday, the game of day before actually, with Oh, no, it was yesterday, the semi-final. Sorry, I've lost a day. Arena, in terms of her backhand, she gets down really low, keeps well over the ball, lovely control. As we saw earlier, she can do that off a high ball as well.
You'd think she'd have the weapons to overpower Gavrilova just purely because of that defensive mode that Gavrilova's in. But Gavrilova's a great counterpuncher.
Forty, 30.
Really pushing herself along, Arena Rodionova. And see how much this means to her. Finalist last year.
Yep, wants to go that step further. Huge rewards if she wins here.
Oh, just a bit late on that volley. You see that the face of the racket didn't quite have the right grip. Was going to be playing the forehand drive volley there.
Yeah, the face was too open. She's usually got great hands at the net, Arena.
Advantage, Rodionova.
So it's that case there of Gavrilova just pressing up the line, pressing a little bit too much, but gives you a good indication of how important the first serve's going to be today, because that second serve set up nicely.
Game.
And
Rodionova.
Rodionova holds. It's now 3-1 in this opening set.
Rodionova leads by 3 games to 1.
I noticed Michael actually pulled up the radar before. Now put that away, because that just invites weather.
Well, what are you doing that for?
No, it's a beautiful day. I wanted confirmation. It looks like there's a faint sprinkling of dandruff on the computer screen. There's nothing there.
Well, can you brush it off?
15 love.
Second ace for Gavrilova in the match.
Love.
Yeah, set herself beautifully for that short ball, Gavrilova.
Yeah, it's that high shoulder height forehand, just bringing that down into the court.
40 love.
Third ace.
Flying through this service.
Watch a very quick play around the court. Likes to get on with things.
Game.
And the unforced error means Gavrilova holds. Just keeping pace, but down a break in this opening set. It's Rodionova 3 games to 2, first set of the final.
Just want to have a quick chat about the TAC People's Court that will be running on Court 9 during the Australian Open. Go to peoplescourt.com.au to register to be involved. It is a fully decked out Australian Open court with ball boys, linesmen, umpires, cameras. It's the full works. You get to play the Australian Open. I don't think this has been done anywhere else in the world, and you get to take home your own highlights package of you playing a mate at the Australian Open. So that's going to be very exciting. And just quickly, we've had a tweet in from Max. We've been naming or attempting to name some of the colours of players' tops. And before I leave and Bojana Babusic takes over, what is the colour of Arena Rodionova's top today?
It's lavender.
Fuchsia.
Fuchsia. It's lavender.
And on that note...
Violet?
Oh, yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, well done.
I'll give you that, Pete.
Thanks to Michael for throwing a grenade into the commentary box.
And leaving.
And running as fast as he possibly can.
It's some of his best work.
Well, we might have to play. Since I got turned down from Bojana a couple of days ago to play on that People's Court, Welcome back.
Thank you.
Were you putting out the offer just then?
No, I asked a couple of days ago,
Oh, sorry.
and
okay.
Boina politely said no.
Did I?
Yep. I believe the response was no.
Politely, though.
Nice follow-up from Rodionova. Just so dangerous from that mid-court area. You think Gavrilova can't get too far back in the court because those looping balls, Arena's not afraid to come forward. Hit the drive volley nicely. Just likes them in that spot.
Pete, I was about to say, yeah, Daria's way too far back in the court to win those shots, but only gets the error off Arena's racket.
Oh, well done. That's great touch at the nets. They're closing in. And
15,
we saw Rita Rodionova doing it the previous 2 games, and then Gavrilova sensing the opportunity.
That ball was dropping. That was not an easy volley to make. There was no hesitation from Daria. There's a big opportunity here on the second serve.
Well, Arena needs a first serve. Hasn't hit a first serve in this game yet.
We saw in the previous game how Daria won 2 or 3 free points off her serve, and if Arena's going to want to hold today, like you said, Pete, it will be that first serve.
Game.
And an unforced error means the break back for Gavrilova. It's now 3 games all in this opening set.
And it just takes a little bit of pressure off Daria as well, knowing that if she's serving well, she does have that opportunity to break if Arena's not getting enough first serves in.
Well, Daria appears to have the bigger serve too, so it's tougher on Arena to hold if she misses that first serve. Gavrilova on a roll at the moment.
Slight momentum shift, I think.
5 points in a row. Nice to see Craig Willis has got the Cessna out today. Surveying the scene.
Let's first serve.
Playing a friend. These two are good friends, Boina. What's the psychology? Did you enjoy playing people that you were friendly with, or is that a bad thing from your perspective?
I think when you're playing for such a big opportunity like a wildcard into the Australian Open, and I think in general it's the ability to put aside the friendship and perform on court, and I think these girls will this won't affect them today in terms of their friendship and their ability, or I know they've played on the same ATL team before or this year. So I don't think it'll matter today. If anything, it might help in terms of knowing each other's game a little bit more.
Open up the court nicely, Roddy Nova.
But as you can see there, both girls very competitive, fired up from the get-go. So I don't think that friendship's going to get in the way today.
Terrific backhand by Gavrilova. Delivering off the baseline.
I like that short angle.
Short swing.
Trying everything, Roddy Nova, throughout that. That's a good example of the variety that she's got in her game.
She's just got to be careful she doesn't rely on that slice forehand too much. I think when you're at this stage of the tournament, you want to feel like you can rely on your ground strokes. And I think if there's one little bit about Arena's game that's going to break down, it might just be that forehand side today.
Okay. Backhand is solid.
Oh, maybe not on that shot. Too good there. Great return.
Oh, she was waiting for that serve out wide.
It makes the scouting easier when you're good friends and played together for a while. You got a good idea of where the serve's going.
Juice.
Well, that two defensive shots from Gavrilova moving back in the court. Well, let's talk about not giving away your position, but a nice high backhand volley, which was deep into the court, allowed her to get back to the baseline, and then getting on and playing the high looping forehand to get back into the middle of the court. It's just great defense from Gavrilova.
Advantage, Gavrilova.
I reckon there's a little bit extra on that from Gavrilova down the tee.
But what Arena does well is also defend. And as we saw, Daria was in a tough position to hit that backhand volley. Even though she got herself out of it, Arena nearly won that point with that lob.
Oh, that's a shame. Because Gavrilova did everything right in that point. Kept the ball really deep. And then put in the short ball cross court.
Just let that drive volley get too high. She wasn't in the right position. She had the right idea. There's just a little bit of footwork lacking there.
Too good. Well done, Roddy and over at the nets. First drop shot that we've really seen from either player.
And that's what we're going to see today. We're going to see some great exchanges off that baseline, and it's going to be up to the person who can take a little bit more risk today, I think, and execute.
Juice.
Fourth juice for the game.
That's that forehand side. Not yet breaking down, but there are moments when they're gettable shots.
That's right, Kate. And when she does miss it, it's generally in the net.
Yeah, is she sitting up off that ball? Is that going on the back foot?
That is. It's because she's lifting up her right leg and also not finishing her swing. Just seems to be a little bit short sometimes.
Advantage. Gavrilova.
So second chance in this game to close it out for Gavrilova.
As you can see there, Rena doing a really great job of defending. And now it's Daria who's had to try and execute. And even though she's getting the right idea, at the moment, just missing a couple too many.
And they're the same shots, aren't they, that she's missing? That drive volley, whether or not she's getting herself into the right position or letting that ball drop. And just struggling with her first serve too in this game. Marina seeing too many second serves.
Advantage.
Perfect. Right on the baseline. It was going to be deep. It was going to force Arena back to the fence.
And as you saw, Daria willing to come into the net on that one, which then put pressure on Arena to try and pass her.
Yeah.
Very hard when you're that far back behind the baseline.
And she went to rush the net. I think Arena saw her out of the corner of her eye when she went to hit that ball.
Juice.
Sixth time we go to juice. Interesting too where Daria Gavrilova stands for the serve. So standing close to the centre line. Generally an indication that it's been heading down the tee more often than not. And then it becomes very pronounced because she takes a few steps across the baseline for the wider serve. So if you want to try and get a read on your opponent's serve, just look where they're standing.
Advantage. Radianova.
So there's been break points, there's been game points, there's been juices. Talk about the importance of games. This is huge in the context of the match. So again, Gavrilova just standing a little bit further away from that centre line. Got it!
Oh, match of
It's on the line, and that is the point of the match.
And once again, Arina Rodionova just been able to pick up some balls that are actually behind her. I mean, she has such great hands at the net, but in the end, it was Gavrilova that comes up with the big shot down the line.
Seventh juice. It's just that, it's that build-up of pressure, isn't it? Coming into the net, that constant having to hit that target. And while players might like having a target at the net, when they're that far back in the court.
Yeah, that's right. Gavrilova, you could barely see her on court. Almost on the fence hitting some of those balls.
Another break point for Rodionova.
Juice.
Both players doing well applying the pressure, but now it's up to who can hold the pressure, who can really stand up to the moment.
Oh, it's a good first serve by Gavrilova. Exactly what she needed.
Really likes those down the tee serves on both sides.
Gets close to that, really that centre mark on the baseline too to hit them. And again.
Terrific play.
Juice.
This is the 9th deuce in this game.
Well, it's such an important game. With Rodionova having got an early break. Gavrilova breaking back, and now at 3-all.
Advantage, Gavrilova.
Well, deciding not to go down the tee on that occasion. The short ball in. Great angle on it.
Yeah, it was a good change-up, Kate, because she just has to be careful she doesn't get too predictable using those tee serves when the points are really important.
Juice.
Well, it was a good second serve. It was deep, but once again, Rodionova, she knew exactly where that ball was going, so she was just waiting for it.
Yeah, she set that point up beautifully just by getting that return nice and deep through the middle. Then was able to step in, dictating off her forehand side. Back to Juice.
Advantage, Gavrilova.
Oh, lovely forehand. All the momentum on that side coming forward from Gavrilova. Pete, what are we up to?
Third opportunity in a row to hold.
Are you practicing for a new job?
We've had 4 break points. No, just give me the stats. Here's our next match. Olivia Chandramulia of Queensland taking on the 4th seed.
Juice.
Can you make it? Stop being an idiot. Some good advice to herself. That was Dasher, of course.
11th deuce. And counting. Here's our next match. Olivia Chandramulia.
Advantage, Gavrilova.
Not missing by much. Rodionova, she's asking the question.
Bit hard to tell from that particular area of the court, all the way down the other end. And the umpire's going to confirm the call 9 times out of 10 in that position. And just here, standing, look at where she's standing now for this serve. Right over near the tram lines.
Game.
And got there.
Gavrilova.
So, after a titanic battle,
New balls.
Daria Gavrilova has hit the front. We're on serve. It's 4-3 opening set of the final.
Well, that was a terrific hole by Gavrilova. Really under a lot of pressure in that service. And we asked the question of her early, whether or not if she got behind, whether she could respond. All week she's got out on the front foot very early in her sets, won all of her first sets, 6-1, and has dictated play. Now today it's been a different setup. She was down a break early, lost her first serve, and she's fought back. It's really encouraging signs.
Yeah, both players have always been in the lead in their matches right up until now, and we just saw in that game how both players not willing to give each other or either one of their opponents the ability to take the lead. So I think it was a really great game and a very important and crucial time of the match.
Well, Gabrilova's definitely got the momentum because she's won the last 3 games. So we're just slightly longer the delay than what we've had. The umpire on the walkie-talkie talking to tournament control.
Going back on that.
And yep, no problems there.
Going back on that point when we saw Daria really position herself out in the tram lines, I think it just played a little bit on Arena's mind, knowing that if she put pressure on it by trying to make a hit down the line on that backhand, break point down, low percentage shot.
Yeah.
Daria planned that one beautifully.
So new tennis balls for Arina Rodionova. Serving at 3-4.
Oh, terrific return. It was deep. And it came back quickly too, and Arena just not in a position to get that ball back.
I like that chat from Rodionova. Mix it up. That's going to be the thing. How much variation Arena and Rodionova have. Give Gavrilova a different look each time.
30-15.
By the way, I think we can claim a 50-50 split on the outfit too for Arena because her shoes are a darker purple. So you can have lavender for the
I wonder is that going to be the colour for the season? There's usually one colour that comes out and dominates in terms of what all the players wear.
Well, I'm going to step out of that conversation because I have absolutely no idea. That's probably need to work with Boyana on that one.
Pete, hasn't stopped you before.
I think the outfit that she's wearing is by Venus Williams, the brand 11.
11?
Yep. I've seen those patterns before.
Got it.
40-30.
Again with the short angle. She's got reasonable variety on that backhand side. You can drop it in short, can go the moon ball. Use it really as an attacking shot, that backhand. Break point.
Game. Ready, Nova.
In fact, the scores were the other way around. I'm looking at the scoreboard on the other side, so I'm not seeing things. So it is 4 games all.
Pete, you need to go with your own instincts
I
there.
need to
You're
go
keeping score.
I am keeping score. The scoreboard was the wrong way around.
You need to back yourself, Pete. I know you're new to all this scoring, but I'm just wondering if we're going to see you out on centre court. Is this where all of this is going?
No.
Is that the way you think you can get out on Margaret Court Arena?
No. 15 long.
I'm confused. Who said that?
Arena.
Arena, definitely.
Oh, that's a lovely forehand. Really gets the short angle on that, took the ball early.
There's that out wide serve again. That set up another opportunity for Daria to put away that with that forehand.
Well, the interesting thing is that you probably pick where that serve's going, but because it's executed so well, you're still going to be in trouble.
She doesn't hit it hard.
You still have to play the ball.
Gets a lot of good slice on that serve out wide. And like you said all week, Pete, it's not actually about the power, it's about the variation and placement.
Just too powerful, Rodionova. Again, Gavrilova in that defensive position, but just really able to control the point.
Well, Daria was all over that drop shot. Just didn't do enough with that ball down the line.
Yep. I've really enjoyed the way she's hit that ball all throughout the week.
Yeah, the drive volley, and it's a really difficult shot to hit. And she's miscued on a couple of occasions early in this match. Made sure of that shot.
Yeah, she did well using her feet to get in the right spot for that one, and I think she picked the lob early enough to be able to take it in the right spot for that drive volley.
Yeah, the higher up, the better for those. Don't want to let the ball drop too low. Much better be hitting down than hitting up. Really want it to be an attacking shot.
Game.
And got there. So it's 5-4 for Daria Gavrilova. So Rodionova coming out to serve to save the set. 5-4 opening set of the final. That footwork's an interesting one because Gavrilova's movement around the court, she's so light on her feet, but she gets herself into really good positions, and talked about the small adjusting steps that you need to make, particularly when going back in the court, because that's often the trickiest one. When you've got the high defensive lob, she's able to get herself back into position to hit, and it's still a defensive ball, but it's got enough defense that's going deep into the court to throw Irina Rodionova off balance.
And that's something that Daria does so well and has done well all this week. I think at the start there was a few too many nerves, and I think when you're really nervous and you're playing for such a big prize, you tend to forget about your feet and they stop moving. But I think now that the nerves are settled, she's got the right idea, and as we've seen in that last game when it was 4-4, she did step up to the plate and execute really well on that drive volley.
And Irina out of her seat again early. She likes to not waste any time out there on court. Well, actually, both players move very quickly between points. Dara's certainly taking her time in between the breaks.
What will be interesting today and now is how each player responds to the match when it's level, when they're down, when they're up.
When it's in the balance,
yep.
Yeah. Irina, pressure on, she serves second, so she is serving to stay in this first set. It's a great first point by Gavrilova.
15.
Puts the pressure on early.
Oh, we could highlight that footwork again. We'll just take that forehand and just show it over and over and over. And again.
Set up by the big forehand down the line, though, Pete.
30.
That really put her in the best position for that shot.
Wow, those 2 points, such a great start and crucial time for Daria. She started off well just by hitting through that return, and like we've seen, those last 2 points, she's willing to take a few risks in this game.
Love 14.
So double fault for Rodionova, and that is her first double fault for the match.
Oh, that's pressure.
3 set points now for the number 3 seed.
Fifteen. 14.
Oh, she knew the moment she hit that ball, Gavrilova, that was going long. Still got 2 more break points and set points. Oh, really pushing the issue too much. She needs to get herself into these points, not try to hit winners off the serve.
She's waiting for it, and it's there. What a great set of tennis. Daria Gavrilova gets the break and the opening set, 6-4.
Wow, what a game that was, Kate. Daria stepped up when she needed to, and it was clearly obvious in that game. I just felt Arena was too far back, hitting off her back foot, balls landing short, and Daria was willing to take a few extra risks.
Yeah, Arena was way too defensive in that game, and you know there was a double fault there at one stage, and it just showed the pressure that she was under. And it was all on Daria's rack. I mean, there were 2 unforced errors off her forehand side, but in the end she comes up with a beautiful forehand winner, and really it's usually the backhand that's so solid for her game, but all the winners are coming off the forehand side.
So we look forward to the second set coming up in just a few moments, but AO Christmas is just going nuts on Twitter, Boyana.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trainer has
That's
been
right,
called to
Pete.
court.
And the trainer's been called to court, so we'll keep an eye on that. So we've got an extra bit of time here between sets.
We've had Jessie Lehman.
Yep, who is doing a wonderful job next door, part of our production team.
Oh dear.
Let's have a look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Oh no.
Hashtag AO Christmas. Christmas spirit. On the 9th day of Christmas, my tennis love sent to me lame sweaters.
Oh no. Really? They don't look so bad. Very festive.
I don't mind them. Do you have one of those sweaters, Pete?
No.
Kate?
Wouldn't be
Pete's
caught
got
dead.
3 of them.
Wouldn't be caught dead wearing those.
You don't need those sort of sweaters in a
Look alright,
the
other
heat
people,
of
not me.
Melbourne. It's not sort of necessary, is it, that we have to get out our woolens?
So AO Christmas is the hashtag. We're up to number 9. Number 9. On the 9th day of AO Christmas, my true love, my tennis love, sent to me, ... You've got to fill in the gaps. Alright, that's that's what we're working on there. So send it through, AO Christmas. We'll read some of them out throughout the day. And also hashtag AO Playoff. We want your thoughts. What an entertaining set of tennis we've seen. The trainer has been called out onto court, presumably for Arena Rodionova, who has her shoes off.
Yep. She has that ankle strap, but it looks like she may have some blisters perhaps. It is very warm weather out there today. It's the warmest day we've had so far this week.
And if we just scan that camera down just ever so slightly, talk about the heat coming from the court. Players don't like to put their feet directly on the court surface. So Arena's got her racket that she's resting her feet on at the moment. And just see it there. Because the court gets very, very hot. So if you've got blisters, you don't want to be exaggerating the blisters that you've got.
And if it's about 30 or 32 degrees today, you add an extra 5 to 7 degrees and that court would be hot.
So a really competitive set of tennis from both players. And that 7th game where we had a whole heap of juices, really set it up for Gavrilova. Just her forehand at the moment, she's just getting a few too many short balls to be able to put away and control the points. It's on her racket.
Yeah, the first set was neck and neck, but then I just felt in that last game at 5-4, Arena stepped back a bit, too far behind the baseline, didn't hit through that forehand, landed short, and credit to Daria who was able to step in and really give that forehand a smack.
Yep, she took the initiative.
5-minute injury timeout for Arena after the assessment period there. Sorry, Kate.
I think the assessment is blisters.
Well, the magic spray came out.
Oh, did it? I love the magic spray.
Can you tell us about the wonders of the magic spray? We're intrigued. Have you had
Can you feel anything when the magic spray goes on?
No.
Boyana,
I think that's why it's called magic, right?
I need to get myself a can of that.
Well, if we roll over to ausopen.com, talking about Christmas and everything that's happening sort of Christmas-wise.
And the purchasing of presents?
And the purchasing of gifts. If you, I know it's probably a little bit late in the piece in terms of delivery, but if you wander over and have a look at Australian Open, ausopen.com is the website to go to. There is Margaret Court Arena. Game of basketball coming up there a little bit later on, so the crowds will be flowing through. Melbourne United, the team in action. The shop has a range of different products that are available. There's a little bit about Margaret Court and its development, by the way. It's just going to be magnificent. Great stadium in its own right, but you see the original construction and what it's turned into now and some of the big matches. That's Boris Becker, the longest match on that court. Kinsoma Camporese went deep into the 5th. Andrew Willey ripping his shirt. Peter Luchak, Wayne Arthurs. That was a sad day when he had to retire 3 games in against Marty Fish. And it's going to be rocking. The night sessions on Margaret Court Arena, they are just going to be rocking inside that joint. It's going to be fantastic. And yeah, Marcos just going nuts with the rackets. But the roof is operational, so when it rains, the lid will be shut and we'll be able to get play out there as well.
Well, if it's anything like last year with that 45-degree heat, that roof will stay open.
Now, the AO shop, AustralianAusOpen.com. If you want to get a gift for a loved one who loves the Australian Open, loves tennis, you've got towels there, the 2015 towels. We've got a whole bunch of clothing for the kiddies. You got the men's, the women's stuff there as well. You got the hats. You got the accessories. I noticed the bag. That's a very impressive addition to the shop.
I would like that bag.
Well,
Pete, have you bought my present yet? I'm going to give you some hints.
Okay.
Like the bag.
Yep. That's something that Buona, when she's travelling around the world,
and
would be happy to take on.
A few different bags and some rackets. Now
rackets there, headwear, giftware. You got the little dolls as well.
The towels are very popular.
Extraordinarily popular.
Come Oz Open time.
Generally amongst the players.
What are the colours for the towels this year? What are we looking at?
Well, we'll take a look.
Let's have a look.
The injury timeout is completed.
Looks like it's blues and pinks.
Lighter colours this year.
Oh, very nice.
So,
very fetching.
Gavrilova to get us underway. Start of the second set.
15 long.
Hey, nice colour scheme. It changes all the time. There they are. The men's and women's. Gym Performance, whole range of different towels. And you're right, they're the first things to disappear in the shop. But you can get in early, get a Christmas present.
15 all.
You can also get vouchers to the Australian Open as well, so for tickets and the like.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Or for the shop. So ausopen.com, the place to go. A couple of days before Christmas, you could spend 20 minutes and have all your Christmas shopping done.
30-15.
Well, Rodionova claiming that that ball was long. She stopped playing too. Yeah, she's saying it missed by at least a foot.
Oh, we've got a full complement of lines, people. So the umpire from that far away not going to make a call that close. They'll only ever make the call and overrule if they're 100% sure.
All.
Well, Arena's got to get on with it. There's no point thinking about a point from a little while ago.
And she's at 30 all too, so this is a huge point.
30,
Now a break
40.
point.
This is like the start of the first set for Gavrilova.
Well, inadvertently, it's also slowed down Gavrilova. She hasn't got her serving rhythm.
Deuce.
Oh, I love that. Look at the confidence.
At this stage of the tournament, it's really important that both players are able to control their emotions. If they let the moment get the better of them, it can really affect the set. And this game is crucial in terms of momentum.
Advantage, Rodionova. Deuce.
Good first serve from Dario. That was really into the body of Arina Rodionova. I like that serve. I know she's been trying to go wide on that side. But I think into the body of Rodionova is a really good option.
Advantage, Gavrilova.
Yeah, Arena just not in the right position to make that backhand down the line. You can see her just pressing a little bit too much, whereas in the last couple of matches that we've seen, she's been quite committed to that shot.
I think she likes that ball coming lower. And Gavrilova showing her bit of spin
Yes,
out there,
that's so.
a lot of shape on the ball.
Out.
Oh, yeah.
Gavrilova.
It's a really important hold in the context of this match for Gavrilova. It was under pressure. And Rodionova again just thinking about that call from such a long time ago.
But it was a great effort by Dasha on that ad side. Second serve. Normally girls would kick out wide. She took the risk. She hit it, sliced down the tee, and it gave her the short ball to come in and put it away.
Well, we're talking about the variety in Arina Rodionova's game before this match started, but I don't think we've given enough credit to the variety that that Daria actually has in her game, and she's shown what she's capable out there today. You know, when she got going early this morning, she was in a lot of trouble, and she changed things up, and she did it really quickly, and got that, you know, the first set back on her terms, and finally wins. Hold serve then. She's really thinking out there today.
15 love.
Well, it really just needs to get a hold of that second serve. A bit more control. There's no point in trying to hit it as hard as you can. Still find a nice position on the court and then just follow up.
15 all.
Like that.
And that's the ball, Kate, that you were talking about. It was
Yeah.
a little bit high. It wasn't coming in hard and low. She does struggle a little bit when it is up that high. Really needs to get a racket under that ball.
Oh. 15, 13.
She is missing so much now. A lot of unforced errors. She did well, actually, Arena, to get that return. The ball back into court. Got herself into a winning position and...
That's right. Where is that slice? In that position on the court, the ball was dropping short from where she was. So a slice just gets back into position again. It's all about those adjustments that you can make on the court.
Even though Daria missed that ball, I can just see the positioning on the court by both girls. Daria's up on that baseline. Arena's a good 4 or 5 feet behind that baseline. And Arena's not applying any pressure to Dasha. And Dasha's just waiting for the right opportunity.
Yeah, she's missed a couple of shots, but she's applying the pressure and it's impacting the game of Rodionova.
Choose.
And that really is the one. That's that pressure shot. It's forcing Arena Rodionova on the back foot. But what Gavrilova needs to do is take a few steps inside the baseline. Maybe pick up a few half volleys from there, but just to keep the play moving. Keep Rodionova moving side to side.
Or backwards.
Advantage, Rodionova.
And I think it's that mentality that when you do get a short ball, it doesn't necessarily have to be a winner. You're just trying to get the opponent off court so you can finish at the net. And as we've seen, Daria is able to do that.
Game,
So
Rodionova.
Rodionova holds. 1 game all in the second set.
1 game all.
But yeah, see, it's that thing of if you're going to be behind the baseline that far, if you Gavrilova, it's very hard to attack from that position. So it is about that movement, but also that step inside the court to turn that defence into attack. We've seen it plenty of times from her this week already. And this is what we're playing for here, the accreditation. You don't actually get Wildcard. It's not like a game of Uno. That's clever.
Beautiful variation on that backhand. I actually thought she was going to step in and give that backhand a good hard whack, but she didn't. She slowed it down.
She held the... Yep, waited to see where Arena was going.
And as you heard, Arena even credited her for that shot.
$30
And it's just that, again, that subtle variation in that game from Gavrilova that's forcing Rodionova to think, okay, I've got to try and do something different here. And that's where that drop shot came from.
was good from Rodionova. So she came inside the baseline. She was probably a metre in to take that second serve. Really applying the pressure.
And also a difference in where the ball landed. You
Yep.
saw Dasher was now behind the baseline. So better play there by Arena.
Things are getting loud out there on court.
30 all.
Probably one of the rare times that we've seen Gavrilova out of position, particularly that first forehand that she hit. The scream of anguish, just hoping that that ball went back. Oh, that's what she's been aiming for a little while
40,
now.
30.
And it was at 30 all too, so it wasn't like she was up 40 love and was hitting freely. It was a really crucial point, and gee, she did well to get that one down the line.
Back to self. Oh, that's a lovely backhand return from Rodionova.
Juice.
Hear the scream from Gavrilova.
She did go for that slow kicker out wide, just not getting it out, getting Arena out of position enough, and Arena hitting that backhand beautifully down the line.
Fault. Advantage, Gavrilova.
Well, the idea is right.
Well, the opportunity was there, Pete.
Yeah, but just completely missed timing. That was a much better serve from Gavrilova.
Game, Gavrilova.
Two goods. Got there in the end. We're on serve in the second set. It's 2-1 in what is proving to be an intriguing final. Trainer back out again for Arena Rodionova.
By 2
Some
games
running
to 1.
repairs.
Second set.
I'm really impressed by the way Daria, like you said, Kate, is able to back herself in the moments when she's needed to, and I think that's something that Arena's going to have to do a little bit better at, is when it is 30 all or 1 all or juice, or if she does have a break point, she's going to have to back herself a little bit more if she wants to get ahead in this match.
And Gavrilova's almost daring Arena, you know, with some of those serves. She keeps going to the same position. She got belted off that side just before with a very similar serve, and then goes back with that same serve and wins the point. And it's almost like, well, you know, I won't be pushed around out there on court. This is my game. This is what I'm, you know, what I want to do. And she's really asking Arena to up her game.
So only 90 seconds here for the running repairs to continue.
That's a lot of pressure on the trainer.
It is, but they're so skilled in getting things done quickly, like a pit crew for an F1 car.
Do you think they practice that? Just have a heap of people lined up. You got to do it under 90 seconds.
There we go. Ready to go. Done. How's that? The umpire will say time now.
Time.
Oh,
Get that timing right.
Not just a pretty face, Pete.
That's what I've been telling you. With your wildcard, and obviously the accreditation you got when you won it, what did you do? Did you sort of have it in a prominent position at home? Did it kind of take pride of place at the Christmas table?
that's a good question,
You
Pete.
don't know what you've done with it, do you, Boyana?
Well,
I
it's
know it's at
accreditation.
home.
It was used. That's what it was.
No, I think when I came back to Melbourne for the Open, they printed out a new accreditation.
Okay.
Yep.
So it was lost somewhere between Perth and Melbourne.
No, it was stored in my cabinetry of
Trophies.
trophies. Monument.
Out. 15 love.
Picked her moment beautifully, Daria Gavrilova, and I can tell you that is a difficult shot to hit. On the run, getting into position, letting the ball drop just to shoulder height, and really hitting through it. Talk about follow through on that ball. That's what's required there. That bit of extra power.
Now I remember at the start of the first set, both ladies were coming to the net probably the same amount of times, but now I can't remember the last time I saw Arena at the net, and Daria's just dominating.
At least not on her
30,
terms. She's
15.
been bought for it a couple of times, but not off her shot.
Yep.
Net. First serve. all.
So these are the moments you're talking about. 30 all. The Rodionova serve. Pressure moments in finals.
Certainly helps when you get that first serve in.
And I've watched Arena's backhand in the last few days, and that's the backhand that she likes to use, is that inside out, flat out wide.
Oh,
Cheers.
that had some authority behind it. I thought it might have been a little late to get there, but timed it to perfection.
Back at juice again.
Keep score, Pete. Know what happened last time.
I need extra space, extra bit of paper.
Advantage, Gavrilova.
It's just the second double fault for Rodionova in the match. And like that previous double fault, brings up break point for Gavrilova. In fact, in that game, it brought up set points. Oh, terrific stuff.
Gavrilova.
There's that variation from Gavrilova. Finally used the slice and it paid off. The break of serve. It's 3-1 in the second set.
By 3 games to 1.
Gavrilova, she's getting a great read on the match play of Arena Rodionova. She knew exactly what was going to happen then, and it's almost like she is just dictating play out there. It's really, whatever happens in this match, it's on the racket of Daria Gavrilova. It's what she can do. It's, you know, if Arena's winning points, it's because Daria's actually hitting unforced errors. She's not making the play out there at the moment, Rodionova. She needs to get back on the front foot.
15 long.
That's hard when your opponent's playing that well.
And that's the forehand that's really stepped up since the end of that first set from Daria, is that ability to run around it and put Arena off the court.
Out. 30 love.
Oh, that won't improve the mood at all.
No, but it was long. was well long.
As we said before, the umpire will only make that call to overrule if they're 100% sure. So it's a clear decision.
Thirty, 15.
You're better off letting that ball bounce, Boyana, when on that
last drive volley.
last drive volley, yeah.
I don't think so. I
No,
think
take
Daria's
it in the air.
she's got the right mentality. Just hit that one a bit too flat. But other than that, right ball.
Let's first serve.
She's got to keep that aggressive mentality going because that's what's winning her the points at the moment.
Oh,
And it's that short angle again that's making the
14,
difference. We've seen it a
15.
lot on the backhand side, but this time on the forehand.
But it's also where Arena's balls are landing, and they're just past the service line. They're not going deep enough for Daria to have any trouble off those balls.
Two goods. On top now, Daria Gavrilova took the first set 6 games to 4, consolidates the break. It's 4-1 in the second.
well, I was sitting back thinking that ball's way too short sitting up. It's going to be killed by Rodionova. But in the end, Daria knows what she's doing out there. That wasn't a miss hit.
No, she read that ball beautifully, and I can sense the frustration from Arena. She works hard in the games, she gets to juice, but then she lets herself down by hitting a double fault, by hitting a missed return, and it's those points, at those crucial times that are letting her down.
Yes, Gavrilova dealing with the pressure better than her older, more experienced opponent. And really, Rodionova still carrying on way too much about some calls that have been made today. On that last one, that's nothing to be getting angry about. That ball was a foot long.
That's who she's talking to. Or talking at, because you can't really talk back if you're sitting in the stands.
No. His club will be most upset that he's not being sun smart today.
So Daria Gavrilova, the 3rd seed, in command of this match. The first set 6-4, and now a break 4-1 in the seconds. Remember, the men's final to follow this, best of 5 sets. JP Smith and Jordan Thompson. Jordan Thompson, the defending champion, who actually beat JP in the semi-finals of this event last year. Huge day of tennis at Melbourne Park.
Love.
And this is the moment that we're talking about, is when Arena or either Daria, when they're in this position, they haven't been down and out yet in their previous matches, so it'd be interesting to see how Arena responds now that she's a set 4-1. And that was well done there by hitting that ace.
Yeah, that's a good response. And you saw her response to that.
First ace of the match for Rodionova.
Love. Game,
So
Rodionova.
that's
New
good for
balls,
Rodionova.
please.
An easy hold, an easy service game.
Yeah, set up by some big serving.
4 games to 2.
And this is where the fight back needs to come. It's making inroads on the Gavrilova serve. We've seen plenty of times that serve go to juice.
Yeah, she's had opportunities.
What we've seen is this point in matches, from Gavrilova's point of view, that things just start to tighten up a little bit. Still winning the matches.
She usually gets to 5-2, Pete, and that's when the issues start.
Love.
I think that Sun's playing a fair factor down that end. I remember Arena previously having some trouble with her ball toss due to the sun, and on that last serve, Dasha really having to slow it down.
Yeah, it's right overhead at the moment. Boy, how many times have we seen that play today from Gavrilova? That was clever. Change up on the serve.
But it's those two missed returns from Arena in this game where if she could have broken, she would have felt like she was right back in this set, but just given the opportunity for Dasha to hold.
Well done. Holds to love. And Daria Gavrilova 1 game away from the wildcard into the Australian Open. 6-4 and now 5-2 in the second set.
Well, a long way back now for Arena Rodionova. And she's had her chances in this second set, but just hasn't been able to capitalise on, you know, some short balls from Gavrilova, and really Daria just keeps applying that pressure out there. She's playing the game on her terms. And I think she'll be hard to beat from here.
Yep, I agree. She's certainly got the momentum, and as you said, Buena, anything that Arena is trying at the moment is coming back with interest down the other end of the court. Certainly has been the form player throughout this tournament and racing towards a wild card now. And what a great performance considering she's only played half the season, been off the tour through injury, and come back in a big way and really setting up for a big January.
Well, when you play tournaments and you're getting matches under your belt, that's how you build the confidence. And I think for Dasha, especially this week, she's shown how she can defend, how she can dictate play, and today's been impressive with her ability to hit that many drive volleys, and her first serves has helped her as well. So she'll be looking to close it out now.
For Rodionova too, this last set, I get the feeling that there's not much pace on her shots either. I'm just wondering whether or not the blister, we think it's a blister on her right foot. I'm wondering if that is causing some problems. Just doesn't seem to be hitting the ball as cleanly as she was in that first set, and she's just fallen over. Checking her ankle. It's the one that's actually not strapped. She fell on. And she's just testing that up the other end of the court.
Oh, it should be enough to keep going, particularly at this stage of the match.
Oh, you know when you roll your ankle, Pete, God knows I've done it enough times playing netball, it's always, you're a little ginger on it for a while. Doesn't necessarily mean there's damage done.
Love, 30.
Okay, this game and match is disappearing very quickly.
Love, 40.
That's missing as well, so 3 wildcard points for Daria Gavrilova. Not
She's
quite.
missed it. Went for the big backhand winner down the line. The opening was there.
And why not at love 40?
Yeah.
Still has 2 match points.
Oh, she missed it again. Right idea though. Perfect play, perfect setup ball. Just couldn't finish it off. And that wouldn't have missed by much.
She's gone for it.
So 2 match points saved. Still 1 more to come. And she's missed. So Dasha off to the Australian Open in January. A great performance, a wonderful tournament. Daria Gavrilova winning the wildcard playoff 6-4, 6-2. And what was an emphatic performance in the end against Irina Rodionova.
Very impressive win by Daria. Just those drive volleys that made a difference. Her ability to move forward in the court. And I just think in that second set, Irina didn't apply enough pressure on Daria to take that second set.
Yeah, she put her head down, and from there, she just really wasn't headed. And the importance of that first set, particularly deep in the first set, where we had a couple of long games, and Gavrilova was really able to take advantage. Rodionova in that 6-4 game, just throwing in the double fault to give away the set points, got a couple of them back, but from there, the injury timeout obviously as well was an important factor there too. But even still, Gavrilova, the way she played, her defensive work, we've talked about that, but the way that she was able to attack and the forehand drive volleys that she was able to hit through the match were just exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about Daria all week and her exceptional defensive play, but today it was all about how she got out there and really applied the pressure early on to Rodionova. I do believe in that second set, though, that Irina was suffering from that injury from the blisters, because her shots they lost pace after a while, and really it was just whatever Daria could do.
I just thought Daria her first serve percentage was high. The way that she defended turned it into an offensive, and I really felt like that momentum shifted to Daria after that game at 4-all, where Irina threw in a double fault and a couple of loose errors, and from then on she was just really dominant.
Yeah, and she's been fantastic all the way through. We've enjoyed watching her play. Her first Australian Open wildcard playoff, and hey, 100% winning record.
Oh, it was an impressive win by Dasha, and I'm sure she'll be excited for her upcoming summer and hopefully some more opportunities for her prior to the Australian Open.
Yeah, well, not only do they get the players get an Australian Open wildcard, but as you say, Boyana, the Emirates Australian Open Series is coming up too. So it tends to open a few more doors, not just for the players that win the wildcard, but also the runners-up and the best performed throughout this week.
That's right, Pete, and we've got obviously the Hobart International as well as the Brisbane and Sydney. As we see Dasha and Nicole Pratt, her coach, congratulate her, looking very happy indeed. So both girls in some fine form.
And there's the other side of things. Irina Rodionova, so disappointed. Runner-up last year as well, of course, to Casey Delacroix. And always tough with the conditions being as warm as they are. If she has indeed got blisters on those feet, it wouldn't have helped things along today.
No, and in the end, don't take anything away, though, from Dasha. I mean, she performed beautifully out there today. She had a game plan. Obviously, she had a game plan when she went out onto court. She was probably, she was down a couple of games in that first set, and then we actually saw what we've been waiting to see all week. Did she have fight? And boy, did she have fight. And in the end, was just the dominant player out on court.
It certainly was. You can see the presentations area being set up. Let's go down to our tournament director and also our MC, Francis Sawyer, with the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, have another round of applause for today's finalists, Irina and Daria here at the Australian Open playoff. And before we present Daria and Arena with their gifts, we'd like to introduce a special guest here to help us with the presentations. I've got Jacinta Nikolowski here from the Cottesloe Tennis Club in Western Australia. And Jacinta has been playing tennis since the age of 2 and was selected today from her involvement in the Super 10s program that Tennis Australia operates throughout the year. So please welcome Jacinta to help us with the presentation. And please give your round of applause going to today's finalists, Arena Rodionova. Arena, I know you're disappointed that despite today's result, you must still be happy with the performance where you get to the final. And for your Australian summer, what do you look towards now, and what are the goals and ranking goals for 2015? Alright, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our runner-up, Arena Rodionova. And our winner of the 2015 Australian Open playoff into the main draw. Please congratulate Daria Gavrilova. Well, congratulations, Daria. It's been a tough couple of years, I know, with the knee injury that you had, so you must be thrilled to be into Australian Open 2015.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and last year I was watching that event and I was still on crutches after my surgery, and I was a bit jealous of everyone playing, and now I won and I'm really happy, and I would like to thank Tennis Australia for putting on that event and for that great opportunity.
Well, yes, a round of applause, congratulations. I know it's been again, a tough 12 months, and you move over to Australia, you must really love the Australian summer and the Australian people, I'm sure.
Yeah, I do. It's been great. I've had a great year, although I was injured, but I love being here and I really love Melbourne.
Well, I'm sure there's a few people that you want to thank that have helped you recover and get you to this point.
Well, again, thanks to Tennis Australia, and I'd like to thank my physios, Ryan, Anne-Marie, Mel. They've done a great job. And also I'd like to thank my surgeon, David Young. I'll message him after. And of course, thanks to my team, Freddie, Craig, Stefano, and also I'd like to thank Kate. She came and supported us through all this week, and we've been staying with her, and it's been great. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Luke, Stormy, thanks guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, have another round of applause into the main draw for the Australian Open 2015, Daria Gavrilova. Coming up next, on court 6 will be the men's singles final between John Patrick Smith of Queensland and last year's winner Jordan Thompson from New South Wales. So I hope you all stick around.
You know, providing some pearls of wisdom in terms of her play out there, and I will take full credit for what happened.
But obviously very, very excited. The same feeling you had a couple of years ago when you won the Wildcard.
That's right, Pete, and I think even more exciting for Dasha, as we've heard, her struggles through her knee injury last year, starting her year in July. So I think it's just a credit to Daria and her team for all the hard work that they've put into her. And look, exciting times for Dash, and I look forward to seeing her prior to the Australian Open and to watch her performance.
Yep, and she'll be very watching the draw very closely the Friday before the Australian Open starts. But she'll get off court and do plenty of media and all that sort of thing, and then get ready for what will be a big Australian summer. Right, well, that's the women's wildcard decided. The men's one is not too far away. We're looking forward to seeing JP Smith in action, the number 2 seed, taking on the 5th seed and defending champion Jordan Thompson. There's a big crowd here at Melbourne Park already. It's building up slowly. It's a beautiful day weather-wise, and the men's final coming up next right here on tennis.com.au.
Ladies and gentlemen, Serena Williams.
Oh, thanks, Serena. We must be next.
Focus, and you try to focus, but sometimes your mind goes away. I think it becomes a little bit more natural once you just think about being serious and really wanting to achieve, your goal, whatever it is. It's on the court, off the court. If something that you really want, then you focus. I think it's something that you've got to learn, especially as a young player, when you get on the tour, is to learn, that balance of playing, of recovering, of doing something that still makes you happy outside the work. You're not only playing by yourself, you play against your opponent that tries to take you out of your balance. So it's that game, it's like going back and forth, but I think it just makes it a little bit exciting to kind of test yourself there. You never really have one recipe. It's about having kind of your own thing for a different occasion, about adapting yourself to a situation. Sometimes you need to be more pumped up, or sometimes you just need to take your time and breathe and think things through. So to find that balance and arrange those emotions, I think it's a good skill to have. Life is so hectic because of what we do and the travels and practicing and then going and playing the matches and then having to do that over and over. I guess fame is when you achieve something in your career, whether it can be something small or something big in front of thousands of people. You become known for it, and people talk about it, and then they recognize you. On a larger scale, it can look intimidating, but I think if you always stay true to who you are and enjoy people understanding you and getting to know you, and just being inspired by what you do rather than trying to be connected to you in a certain way, then it becomes a little easier to take. The drive that you have for your job is always about doing the best you can in that field, not about trying to get famous from it. Doing what I do is a lot of hard work, so the reward that you get when you win a single match is it's a great achievement. Obviously, to do it on a bigger stage in a final of a Grand Slam maybe is more meaningful than other matches, but you still have to work just as hard to win the first round as you do the final. Facing a lot of people, whether it's a crowd or media, always interacting, so when you do have that moment to yourself, you just think of really simple things in life, which at the end of the day make me the most happy. Thank you.
1990, John McEnroe, appearing for only his second time in Australia, took on the relatively unknown Swede Mikael Pernfors in the 4th round. But the volatile American, renowned for his on-court tantrums, received 3 code violations, one for intimidating a lineswoman.
Code violation, unsportsmanlike conduct, warning Mr. McEnroe.
One for smashing his racket.
Code violation, racket abuse, point penalty, Mr. McEnroe.
And the other for swearing at the umpire and the tournament referee.
Ken Farrar has overheard McEnroe swearing.
Code violation, verbal abuse, default, Mr. McEnroe.
Whoa!
Game, set, match, Pernfors.
That's the end of the match.
The former world #1 thought he had one more violation before he would be ejected, and was leading 6-1, 4-6, 7-5, 2-4 at the time. But the code violation rules had just been reduced from 4 to 3 warnings, and McEnroe was defaulted, leaving the crowd aghast and himself in a state of disbelief. The Mac was also fined $6,500 US. McEnroe, who had won 6 Grand Slam singles titles, only returned to the Australian Open once more in 1992, when he reached the quarterfinals. Despite never winning the tournament, this infamous moment ensured McEnroe's name has gone down in Australian Open folklore.
What is my limit? Well, I know my heart rate, my maximum heart rate is 202 beats per minute. So I do VO2 max test. Your heart rate gets right up there. So 202 beats per minute is my maximum. That's my limit. I mean, I push myself to it quite a few times. I mean, when I do my training and stuff, do everything with heart rate monitors, and you know, a lot of times I've sort of tried to get higher than 202 beats. I can't get any higher than that. So yeah, I don't think it's good to do it too often, but there's a time and a place for it. Most of the time in the off season is the best time to push yourself that hard. If you don't, then you don't know what your limit is. You know, if you kind of always are going sub maximum, you don't know how much sort of pain you can tolerate and how far you can go. So it's very important. I think it builds character. I think it helps in matches as well. When you feel tired, you know, you remember when you've kind of gone to the well and pushed yourself in training. It's important to remember that. Most of the time it's harder off the court, the stuff I do in the gym, and it's hard in a different way. You don't have the sort of stress and pressure of playing in front of people or competing for a big event or a title or something, but you know, it's hard to push yourself to your limit, and yeah, most of the time you push yourself to that limit away from the tennis court.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to his own arena, Mr. Rod Laver.
I am ready to warm up. Okay. Are you my warm-up partner?
I'm the warm-up partner.
All right. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
The racket feels a little bit heavy right now, I must say.
It feels like it's too short.
How are the nerves, Roger?
Not so good.
Maybe I'm better up here.
I'm just...
The 1995 semi-final was famous for all the wrong reasons. Melbourne, known for its erratic weather, produced a rainstorm which forced the victorious Andre Agassi and Aaron Crickstein to finish their match under a closed roof. Moments later, a power outage turned Melbourne Park into a disaster zone when the drainage system failed to operate and a giant surge of water washed into the arena. Due on court after the Agassi match were defending women's doubles champions Gigi Fernandez and Natasha Zareva. What followed next was some of the rarest footage ever seen in the history of the Australian Open. With water rising by the minute, the girls took to the arena, oblivious to the fact that electricity from the cables on court could have potentially put their lives at risk. Their crazy behaviour also encouraged fans to try and grab their moment in the spotlight. The flood spread to all parts of Melbourne Park, and a massive clean-up operation was needed to just make sure the tournament got back on track the following day. As for Zareva and Fernandez, they suffered no lasting effects from their dip, but did fail to retain their Australian Open crown that year.
Ladies and gentlemen, Serena Williams.
Oh, thanks, Serena. We must be next.
So getting ready for the men's final here at the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. The defending champion Jordan Thompson and the 5th seed taking on the 2nd seed John Patrick Smith. And really looking forward to what will be an interesting encounter. A beautiful day in Melbourne, top of 32 degrees. Plenty of people out and about getting ready for Christmas, but also stopping in at Melbourne Park as well. And there is Jordan Thompson on your screen, who's had a pretty comfortable run of it. Bojana Babusic not playing at the semi-final against Luke Saville, with Luke Saville withdrawing, but has had a couple of retirements along the way. Harry Boucher in the first round, and then a comfortable win over Mark Polman's second up.
That's right, Pete. He'll be feeling very fresh going into this match, and I think today it'll depend upon who can cope with the conditions best and who can step up to the moment, as we saw Dasha really taking it to Arena in that last match.
Been pretty comfortable, Kate Kearns, for JP Smith as well, not dropping a set en route to the final. Played a couple of up-and-comers in Jacob Grills and Blake Mott, but then really impressive, I thought, against Ben Mitchell in the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, he has been all week really impressive and hasn't dropped a set. We talk about the fact that Thompson hasn't had to play as many matches. I don't think that's actually going to make any difference out there. John Patrick has been very quick through his matches, and he won't be feeling the ill effects of having to pay that extra match.
All right, so which way is this going to go? The first meeting between this pair, Bojana?
I'm going to go with JP in 5.
I'm going JP in 3.
Okay, interesting predictions. We want your predictions as well. Hashtag AO Playoff. We want your predictions for this final. Remember, best of 5-set tennis if you're joining us for the first time this week. So first 4 sets tiebreak, final set advantage. So we could go to, say, 70-68. If that's what your prediction is, send us the hashtag AO Playoff in a match that'll probably last 3 days. But we will be here right until the end, wherever you're watching us, and we're looking forward to a big summer of tennis coming up. So there is JP Smith on your screen, 25 years of age, ranked 200 in the world, been as high as 172, that was back in July this year. 3 titles across his career, although not one in 2014. The best result for him, a finalist in the Taipei City Challenger. His best result, the AO first round in 2013. Spends a lot of time in the United States, and loves hard courts, and we got a really good insight, Kate, didn't we, yesterday with Boyana sort of working Michael Parkinson style with JP. I thought we got a lot out of him.
We did, and we found out a lot in terms of his lifestyle over in the States, his love for certain country and western singers. She's not really country and western anymore, is she?
Taylor Swift.
She's bit of everything, isn't she?
She's covering all genres.
I just like how he got really defensive when I started quizzing him on it. Why would you question me about this?
Exactly.
Why?
Doesn't feel like there's anything wrong for his love of Taylor.
And Jordan Thompson, 20 years of age, ranked 274, been as high as 218. That was back in September this year. 2 titles in 2013, the singles court, but plenty of doubles titles this year. So really been excelling there, but pretty good on the singles court too. Been a finalist in 3 tournaments along the way. A couple of semi-finals too. And remember, won the Wildcard playoff this time last year. Played Jerzy Janowicz in the first round, and it was a really tough match. He lost in 5, but it was an incredible performance, and he was up for long periods of that match.
And that's something that Jordan's going to have under his belt, is that little bit of extra experience. As you said, Pete, winning the playoff last year, earning his spot into the Australian Open. And he is feeling fresher today. Has one less match under his belt. JP comfortably making his way through the final. So it's going to be a real battle today, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, the key is both players are fresh. That's the main thing. There hasn't been overly long matches along the way. Obviously, Jordan playing one less match. So at this stage, it's been a long season for both players, and really the ultimate way to top it off with a wild card into this event.
I just wonder how JP's wrist is. We actually did see him with ice on that yesterday, and hopefully that was more precautionary than anything else, but he wasn't too concerned, didn't let us know too much.
All right, so players just finishing off their warm-up. We'll be back with the men's final in just a few moments.
These are the hairs on a tennis ball traveling at 234 kilometers per hour. The fastest serve recorded at the Australian Open. These are your hairs standing on end as you watch this ball hurtling like a burning meteorite through space. Get closer to the action at the Australian Open. Book through Ticketek.
The men's final, the Australian Open Wildcard playoff. It's been a great week. Jordan Thompson, the 5th seed, taking on the 2nd seed on your screen there, JP Smith. Plenty of action happening around the Melbourne Park complex, but if you're in the Melbourne area, thanks for that, Jordan, make sure you come down. Free entry to the Wildcard playoff, and also the Winner Wildcard mixed doubles event reaches its conclusion a little bit later on today as well. All over the country, tennis players have had the opportunity to partner up for a spot in the mixed doubles draw at the Australian Open for 2015. The final matches are continuing as we speak, and we will be getting towards the final stages, playing in the Fast Four format. And now, obviously, we've gotten to know Boyana across this week. I'll have no hesitation in asking her next year to see if we can win a wild card into the mix.
See if you two can win.
Yes, correct.
You might have some
Boyana's
competition, Pete. I know.
She's already said no.
Well, no, that was to the People's Court.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you're telling the story.
Speaking of the People's Court, and that is up and about. Chance to play with a mate at the Australian Open. Match simulation, Grand Slam conditions. Get on it. peoplescourt.com.au. You and a mate can play at the Australian Open in 2015. Everyone's playing at the Australian Open in 2015. So plenty happening. But the final match of the Australian Open Wildcard playoff. And it's JP Smith to get us underway.
If we just talk about a little bit about what the wildcard means in itself. We know it's a main draw wildcard, but But I think one thing we haven't mentioned is the actual what you're playing for, the money side of things. Now, if you can make the main draw of a Grand Slam, I think you're guaranteed maybe around $30,000, plus an opportunity to play in 2 big lead-up tournaments, Brisbane, Hobart, Hobart's for women, but Brisbane and Sydney. So in terms of money and financing your year,
there's a lot on the line.
There's a lot on the line. And we've spoken about how expensive it is to travel and chase those points and the countries that you do visit. So it can really set up either player's 2015.
JP be feeling nervous at this moment? Boyana, know him pretty well.
It's really tough to say because JP is such a laid-back character. I bumped into him at the cafe before and we were having a few laughs about our bit of banter yesterday. Look, I'm sure there's a few nerves, but once he gets settled, I think he'll be okay.
How did he rate the interview yesterday?
He was a 10 out of 10, Pete.
Had a few words to say about your techniques, though, Peter.
It was funny. He said, "Oh, it was fun. It was fun yesterday." But the funny thing is, we actually spoke nothing about tennis. It was all other stuff. So,
but it's nice to hear about what else is going on in their lives, and there was a little bit about tennis.
There was, but it was a lot of fun. That's for sure.
This will be a crowd catch. In fact, it won't be. That's gone miles over the stand.
That may never come back, that ball.
I went to the cricket for the first time yesterday, the 2020.
Oh, did you last night?
I did, yeah. Got my first taste.
How was that experience?
Nice and quick.
Hobart Hurricanes getting the win over the Melbourne Stars last night, pretty convincingly in the end. You'll have to make sure you get across for some of the Perth Scorchers games.
I will, Pete. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a taste for the Big Bash. So early break point for Jordan Thompson, opening game of the match.
That was a good first serve by JP. It's only early days here in this first set, but he's been missing his first serve, and it is the weapon. It's what sets him up. Big lefty serve.
Yeah, but there's nothing complicated about that service motion. It's just very, very easy. It's very laid back like the person, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he strikes quite fluid, and just the way he carries himself doesn't show a lot of emotion. Just a few early errors on from both players on that forehand side.
Third juice. First double fault of the match. Another break point here for Thompson. And there it is. Break of serve. Opening game for Jordan Thompson. On the board early. Now we should point out there is a bit of music that you can hear from our effects mics. The basketball is happening at Margaret Court Arena, not too far away there. So there's a bit of other stuff going on. But for these players, and you can talk about this too, Boyana, when you are playing on the back courts and on the ITF circuit and the Challenger circuit, it can be very, very... You've got all sorts of distractions happening anyway. You're playing on courts that aren't necessarily shielded. You might be playing near roads and all sorts of different noises and things happening anyway. So you learn to play through it.
And that's right, Hayden. When you've also got to deal with the fanatics, your opponent's fanatics, people walking by. So it's only going to get louder come Australian Open time. And as we've said all week, it's perfect preparation.
15 love.
And even during the Australian Open, there's all sorts of noise and Grand Slam over and all sorts of different things happening. So if you are playing on the back courts, you will have those distractions going past. So it's all about how you focus and just block them out.
Of course, at the US Open, I mean, they have music played in between, you know, sit-downs, and it's quite loud. The players are focused. I'm sure you could ask them what was playing during their match and they wouldn't have a clue.
Oh, very loose from JP Smith on this returning game.
40 love.
Just doesn't really look settled at the moment. It's taking a little while to work into the match. Also might come down to the situation. Jordan Thompson's been here before.
Feels like a long time since we actually saw Thompson play. Like another tournament ago.
Again, Thompson.
So Thompson holds to love. Off to a great
Thompson
start in the
leads.
final.
Two
It's 2
games
games
to
to love already.
Yeah, a lot of errors off the racket from JP. Just hasn't settled into this match. Needs to get some big first serves in here. Some confidence.
Love. Love.
First ace for the match for JP.
Yeah, he'd really be looking to hold here just to settle his nerves, get into this match.
Two in a row.
40 love.
It looks to be rushing through. Just a little bit tight.
Yeah, mostly on the forehand side.
And Smith holds, so he's on the board and away. Thompson with the break though. 2 games to 1 opening set.
Thompson leads.
Now we had the women's wildcard playoff. You're just joining us for the first time today. Daria Gavrilova, straight sets winner over Arina Rodionova. And already, Twitter just going off.
Yeah, there we see Fed Cup captain Alicia Molik with the women's wildcard winner Daria Gavrilova. And I like what she said here. It's a great feeling to get into the Australian Open knowing you've won your spot. And I think that just says a lot about your performance. Along with that is really, you feel like you've earned it, so you belong in the draw. You've got a lot of good preparation under your belt, and you can just go out there and have a good crack at winning a couple of rounds. And I think it's just that recognition that you've done well throughout the year.
Yep, you've had to play some good tennis to get that wild card, and it's not a gift.
And there's
She's
a lot of
had to
pressure.
play 4 really good matches this week.
A lot of pressure that's lifted as well. Do I have to qualify? Can I try and get a wild card another way?
Time.
It's all set up.
And I think should start to look at or know what her schedule is come January, with which you said, Pete, just makes things a little bit easier.
It's a wonderful Christmas present.
It is. Maybe
Do you think she'll wrap it?
Maybe TA should gift wrap it. Had a question asked about
15
Jordan
love.
Thompson's shoes and what colour they might be. Fluorescent yellow is what I'm going with.
You always go with fluorescent.
Well, give me another suggestion then.
I'll think about it.
Neon yellow.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly not mellow yellow anyway. Because quite rightly it wouldn't be mellow yellow.
Don't start singing, Pete. It's not an invitation. Pete, what was your prediction for this match? I don't think we got that. Whilst you sort your stats out there.
The match today, I'm going to say Jordan Thompson in 4.
Okay. Do you have to get the stats signed off at some stage? Would you like me to do that?
No.
To be the official?
I'll
My
leave that to
signature?
leave that to the tournament referee, thank you.
Okay.
Keep it all official.
Okay.
40-15.
Jordan Thompson already at a high level in this match. Plenty of first serves into play.
There
really hasn't been much for the crowd to cheer about at this early stage of the match. Haven't been too many long rallies. Well, they've been dominated by the unforced errors of JP Smith. And that one a little more forced. Good serving from Jordan Thompson. Leads 3 games to 1 in this opening set.
Good thing about 5 sets is they do have that little bit of extra time to find their way, to get settled. Jordan just using his experience at the moment. Knows how important a good start is.
Just feels a bit flat, this first set. As you said, Pete, there haven't been too many long rallies, so game's going pretty quickly.
Yeah, went the wrong way. Thompson looking to go up the line.
15.
We had a lot of time to hit that passing shot.
all.
Oh, he just ran out of room there, JP Smith. The ball was hit straight at him.
15-30.
Did well to get that tough ball that was landing at his feet. Jordan, quite a quick athlete out there. Point of the match so far.
It's almost as if JP Smith has just gone into hanging in mode. He's not able to do much to sort of attack Jordan Thompson, particularly on his serve. So 2 more break points here for Thompson. This first set flying by. That's better. That's been the most attacking point that JP Smith has played in the match so far.
30-40.
And as we've seen this week, JP is able to win a lot of free points off his serve. Tough returning a left-hander. But just at the start of this match today, he's just not getting enough first serves, and Jordan's able to apply that extra pressure.
He's hesitated too on a lot of the points.
Wait, please.
And another unforced error from the racket of JP Smith. Jordan Thompson off to a flyer in the
4
final,
games to 1.
leading by 4 games to 1 in the opening set.
My prediction's not looking good at this stage.
Neither are mine, Kate. But still early days.
There is a long, long, long way to go.
Just a few too many errors at this stage from JP's racket.
Yeah, too many errors, and he's relied so heavily on that wonderful first serve throughout this week, and it's been very good to him up until this point, and at the moment he's just not getting enough first serves in and putting pressure onto Thompson, and really Jordan's not having to do too much out there. JP's just making way too many errors.
And a lot of the time, JP relies on his serve to be able to get into the net. Now, we've seen Jordan pass JP a couple of times as well. So it's just those couple of things that might be playing on JP's mind that aren't enabling him to play his game at the moment.
Time.
So a spot in the main draw, the Australian Open 2015. It all gets underway the 19th of January, right through to the 1st of Feb. AusOpen.com is the place to go, get closer to the action. And
boy, we are only 4 weeks away.
I know, can you believe it? Get through Christmas and then bang, it's there.
It's there,
Aussie Summer
on
of
your
Tennis,
doorstep.
Hopman Cup, Brisbane International, and Sydney International, Hobart International, then Australian Open 2015.
15 love.
First ace for Thompson for the match. Second ace for Thompson for the match. Oh, it's very clean at the minute.
Excellent commentary, Pete. Racking them up.
Go triple or nothing. Nope.
We'll have to come off a second serve.
$40 love.
JP starting to ask the question out there too. Why aren't I hitting through those balls?
Such a dominant position here at 40 love. This set's pretty much gone. Another unforced error from JP Smith. JP only winning two points off the Thompson serve so far in the match. It's 5-1 opening set.
Have you got the stat on unforced errors, Pete? Have you been doing that?
There's a lot of them. So, for JP, be looking for a relatively easy service game here. Make Jordan serve it out, even though this set's pretty much gone at this stage. The good part is, chance, as you said, Boyan, over 5 sets to really refocus and turn the match around.
And to come out and serve in the second too is important.
Love 15.
He has no range out there, JP. Missing on both sides.
Great wheels from Jordan Thompson. He's up and about at the moment. Love 30 now.
Love 30.
Just read that drop shot. Just great speed to move forward and then back into position to hit that overhead, which was tough.
He's so light on his feet. You can't hear him move out there. Panther-like.
15-30.
And that's the play that JP likes to do. He likes to come into the net and apply that pressure. But what will be hard for him today is if he can't use his volley game to make an impact on Jordan, he's going to find it really tough.
Yeah, Jordan's enjoying the target, isn't he, at the net? And he hasn't missed all sets, so that does put a lot of pressure back on JP to come up with some other way to win.
2 set points for Thompson. So 1 saved, the third ace for Smith in the match. But still 1 more set point to come. This has been a very quick set. This has been one of the shortest sets we've seen in the tournament this week. Too good. A brilliant set from Jordan Thompson. And he's taken the first set emphatically, 6-1.
Didn't do much wrong in that set, did he? Just like you said, Kate, he's loving a target. And now JP's going to have to think about that last set, not let this match get too far away from him and regroup and figure out a way to cut down those unforced errors.
Yep, start again, as you said.
JP leaving the court, and understandably so too. He wants to take as much time as possible just to regroup and refocus and come back out as if it was the start of as if it was the start of the match again, because he hasn't been in it at all to this stage. But Jordan Thompson, great stuff.
He's played really cleanly, hasn't he? Hasn't missed anything out there. He's served incredibly well.
Well, he's just been able to play his game and just do as he likes.
And take away the strengths of JP's game, and that's been so important because that's thrown JP. He hasn't really had any answers out there in the first set, and he has a lot of work ahead of him about not only getting his game back, but trying to work out how to break down that of Thompson's.
And a couple of things that he has done well is, one, he's been able to hold comfortably, so he's serving well, getting a few extra free points. He's passing JP at the net, which is applying that extra pressure, and he's just hanging tough in those crucial moments. And he broke in that first game of the match, so I think that really helped his momentum.
Yeah, set the tone for that first set, and he's been very impressive early on.
There's a 360 view of Melbourne Park and the CBD of Melbourne.
Oh, it's a shame because they're showing the wrong side. Most of the people are on the other side of the court, and we've got a good turnout here today for the finals at Melbourne Park. Of course, at Court 6, if you want to get down here, we're hoping that this might go another 4 sets, so plenty of time. If not, then listen to us. Stay tuned.
Yep, stick around. Plenty to come. There's so much happening around the grounds at the moment. That's what that music is in the background. There's a basketball game happening in around half an hour's time. But we've got plenty of stuff for AO Christmas now. The 12 days of AO Christmas. My True Tennis Love sent to me. And what number we're up to today is number
9. But
9.
Pete will never get to the 12 days.
Well, we personally won't, but on Twitter you will.
We'll have to speak to Michael about this.
9. Rod Laver Arena Snow Globes. 9 headwears. Straight from there. So 9 hats from the shop. 9 ninja drop shots. Oh dear. And if we look further, matching... Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh.
Maybe Pete and Kate could have matching sweaters.
Yeah, no, that's not. That won't happen.
Love to get a picture of you two.
Yeah,
matching sweaters.
It's not going to happen.
Matching
Liana.
headbands.
No, I don't care how much you talk this up.
I think me and Michael will be able to work on that one.
I don't think that's going to happen. But meanwhile, the People's Court happening at Melbourne Park at the Australian Open. So peoplescourt.com.au, get stuck into this because you need to, you need to find a mate that you can play. Is it singles and doubles? There'd probably be variations on the theme, or is it singles? It's just a match of singles.
Pete and Kate, maybe you guys could play against each other in your matching sweaters.
I would.
That would be a sight to see.
Well, probably need more of a challenge, but that's okay. That's we'll keep going with that.
We'll work on that one, won't we?
I heard that. You can't just slip those little ones through.
Jordan Thompson serving first in this second set.
15 love.
You have no idea what you'd be up against, Peter.
I figured the lob would feature prominently.
A little trash talk.
A lot of trash talk. And I love a target at the net.
Do you?
Yep.
Okay. Just all keeping all this in mind, doing the scouting report. And JP there, just giving himself a little bit more room. We see him bouncing around, just got to completely forget about that first set. Reset, refocus.
Not much you can do there, though. That's a terrific down the tee serve by Thompson.
Third for the match.
Just helps when a match does end up going to 4 or 5 sets, is the importance of that first serve and trying to win as many free points as you can.
Well, one of the questions we had earlier in the week was about conserving energy, which is not required at this point, but as the match goes deeper, the easier the service game makes life a hell of a lot easier. And again, just finding the corner. He can't do anything wrong, Jordan Thompson, at the moment.
Even if it does go 5, I just don't think conserving energy is going to be a factor.
No, well, because that first set went so quickly. That's better from
40,
JP.
30.
He's just got to take these little positives along the way. Little inroads here, so 40-30 game.
Yeah, put some pressure on Thompson.
Thompson holds.
Game Thompson.
Opening game of this second set.
First game, second set.
5 games in a row now for Jordan Thompson in the match.
Well, that was a better game, though, by JP. He won a couple of points. Got back what he could, but Thompson, if he's going to serve like that for the rest of the match, this is going to be very difficult for JP to win.
Yeah, so the conservation of energy one is an interesting one. If that first set had been 7-6, we had a whole bunch of tie breaks, that's when it comes into play. But obviously when a first set goes by so quickly, it's 6-1, then it's not as much of a factor. I mean, yes, it is warm out there. We're looking for 32, the air temperature anyway, and add a bit more to that for the court surface.
These guys are incredibly fit.
Yeah, and both players love playing on hard courts too.
That's right. So, and they haven't been pressed this week either, so they should be coming into this match very fit, full of energy, ready to go.
15 love.
That's about the first unforced error really we've seen from Thompson. Got too close to that ball.
Got it. That'll be a confidence booster, the longest rally of the match. And now he looks like he's into the match now.
Beautiful placement on that backhand down the line. Didn't hit it too hard, just kept changing direction.
First serve.
Double thrown in.
30-15.
Just JP Smith's second double fault for the match.
$40-15.
And there it is. So Smith on the board in this second set. Keeping pace. Signs looking better for the Queenslander.
Just looks like he's a little bit more settled. A lot longer rallies. I think that's what we'd expect today from these two players.
Looks like he may have taken a little bit of pace off the ball too, just to make sure he's getting those shots in, remaining in the points.
So now, what can Jordan Thompson come up with in response? We've got a match in our hands.
Yes, for Thompson it's interesting actually, because
15.
he knows that JP's not playing well and that his level will at some stage, and it is happening now in this second set, start to get better. He's raising his game.
brilliant stuff from Jordan Thompson again. It's just that great example of being in control of a point, complete control of a point, just moving JP from side to side. He never went backwards from the baseline, never took a step back, had the short ball, put it away.
Does look like he's control of that baseline, and I think what's been interesting is in the last couple of games we haven't seen JP come into the net, whether that's a change of plan, but he's trying to see if he can hang in there with Jordan from that baseline.
30-15.
And he usually comes into the net off of a big serve, and he hasn't been serving that well. So, as you said, he's a little gun shy too, because he's been passed on a number of occasions.
Finding his range now, JP Smith. That a lot better. Not so much going heavy for the line, but just more for the space in the court.
This is really the first opportunity that JP's had all match in terms of being on the Thompson serve. 30 all. It's a big point coming up. Gets a look at a second serve.
Oh, and again, just finding the lines. It's wonderful stuff from Jordan Thompson. I really like his aggression. I like his positive play.
Seems like he's got a little bit more pop of those ground strokes, which puts JP on his back foot, out of position. Point to hold.
Oh.
Game, Thompson.
It's missed.
Oh, it's gone wide.
It was really, really close. But not enough for JP Smith. It's 2-1. We're on serve in this second set. Now, there are fans from all over the world, of course, watching our wildcard playoff. But in the wonderful spot, the University of Tennessee, JP is a godlike figure.
That's right, Pete. They've spray painted a rock. As you can see, UT says, bring it JP, hashtag AO playoff. It's his time. He's got this. Quote.
Look, hashtag AO playoff. They've got the hashtag on there.
I like it.
Magnificent. Well done. Well done, University of Tennessee. Well done, UT. That's great support.
That's some fine work.
JP's known as The Rock. I'd love to ask him about that one.
No, I think that's The Rock.
Oh, The Rock.
Not he is The Rock.
That's their rock.
I won't mention that to him then.
Clearly not happy with his strings either, so he's going to send them.
Have you been down to the University of Tennessee?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Not that is the reason that he's down in the match, but clearly he's not happy with the tension in those strings, so getting one restrung anyway.
We can see how hot the conditions are today. I saw the ladies on earlier on using the ice towels, as we saw there, Jordan with his bag of ice, so clearly trying to stay cool in this hot weather today.
Yes, by far the warmest day we've had all week, 32 degrees.
15 love.
We say it's lovely conditions, but if you're playing 5 sets of tennis...
Of course, 32 Celsius for our friends over in the States.
Well, they need to adjust.
32 the other way around is probably what they've got there. That's too good.
Yeah, that's a lovely inside out forehand by JP.
So while JP Smith's level has
30-15.
risen throughout the match or throughout this set, Jordan's has stayed the same all the way through. So he's sort of writing this out a little bit. Know that Smith will hold serve more often than not from here on in. But his game level hasn't changed. He hasn't panicked at all. Nor should he when he's 6-1, 2-1.
Yeah, pressing on that occasion with the forehand. You're right though, Peter, it's an interesting stage for Thompson. She said you don't want to change too much in terms of what he's doing because he's not doing too much wrong, but he'll be thinking, JP's starting to play a little better, getting into this match. He needs to close the door on that.
Oh, well done. He just got that. You talked about the extra pop that he's got off the ground.
40-30.
That's nice controlling of the pace. He picked his moment and it paid off.
There's nothing flashy about the way Thompson plays. I actually really like it because, as you said, just waited for the right moment then, got a wide ball, put it down the line.
Game Smith.
So Smith holds to all
2
second
games
sets.
But I can see how he's playing on JP's mind a little bit. He's just hanging in there. As we saw in that one, he's got some very fast wheels, getting to every ball, making JP playing one extra shot.
And JP puts the smash down, and Thompson almost gets to it. So, once again, as you said, just playing on the mind of JP, what he needs to do to get that ball past Thompson.
And that's game plan A from JP Smith, to take that opportunity off the short ball to get into the net. It's been few and far between so far.
And that return just landing too short, and
15 all.
just doesn't seem like Jordan's going to miss that forehand when it's in his hitting zone.
But look at the position on the court. JP going back a couple of steps. He's trying to give himself room to swing through the ball, but as you pointed out there, Boyana, it's mid-court ball. It's going to be easily put away each time.
Lovely kicking serve out wide by Thompson.
Once
again, another big serve.
He's not the biggest guy going around, but he sure gets some power off that serve. Great use of the legs.
yeah, good technique.
And points for 3-2. Oh, well done again. He cannot miss Jordan Thompson. Holding serve. It's 3-2 in this second set, with Thompson taking the first 6 games to 1.
We've just had Mark Helawati tweet in a picture of the boys 16 and under doubles final hitting the court, which is part of the Australian Open, or December showdown, must I say.
Yeah, I see Mark wandering around over the past week.
Well, he's been getting around on a skateboard.
He has.
I've got a question.
Yes.
At what age is it too old to be on a skateboard?
I'm going to throw that to our special comments person, Boyana Babusik.
Well, I don't think you're ever too old. I think, as H would say, he's only as young as he feels. Is that how you say it? You're only as...
Correct. So he's about that, what, 16, 17-year-old mark, is he?
Maybe we can get H to tweet in the answers to that.
Oh, I think we'll be seeing him on AO Radio, or hearing him on AO Radio next year.
I think he'll probably have something to say to me after that.
Yeah.
Time.
Beautiful day in Melbourne. And, well, we've been pretty good. We've been pretty lucky weather-wise. We've only had pretty much a set washed out of the whole week.
That's true. I think that was that Wednesday got a little cool and windy, and then the rain came through. But for the most part, it's been lovely weather here in Melbourne. I'm hoping for a nice summer. Not too hot, Pete. I'll just put that out there now.
Well, the reports from our on-staff meteorologist, Bob the Weatherman, I think that's his surname, the Weatherman, suggesting that things will be warm but not obscenely hot.
Love.
Yeah, just floating that backhand. Long.
Well, the breeze not really a concern. That ball just drifting. And see what he's trying to do with it. And this is where things start to get dangerous. That was a loose shot from JP. There's no real conviction. He's just trying to get that ball back into play more than anything else.
And that's confidence, Pete. That's not backing yourself to hit the shots that you normally do.
And now all of a sudden, a couple of break point opportunities for Jordan Thompson. Third double fault for JP in the match.
And it's in these moments, as we saw in the ladies singles, where Daria had the ability to back herself. And I think if you want to move forward in the ranks and progress through the bigger tournaments, it's that consistency and that ability to know that you can back yourself and have that confidence to do so. And that's something that Jordan's doing really well today.
Game Thompson.
And Thompson does get the break.
Thompson
It's
leads.
4 games to 2 in this second set. Remembering Jordan winning the first very quickly, 6 games to 1. The final here, the men's singles, the wildcard playoff.
Well, my prediction was sort of right. I did say 3 sets. Just picked the wrong player.
Well, it's still early days, isn't it? Maybe not when you're setting a breakdown.
No, you're right. We need to stay positive.
Positive Pete.
Come on, positive Pete.
My prediction was sort of right.
Is it 3 o'clock? You started in on me already.
2 o'clock.
2. He's gone early.
Well, after that.
15 love.
So, from JP Smith's point of view, it's a matter of taking the positives at this stage. He is well and truly in this set. A few loose forehands in that previous game, but even still, he should feel like he's back in the match. It's not going by as quickly. Jordan Thompson's been slowed down.
Fifteen all.
Starting to make a few errors of his own, but it's a matter of just being able to maintain that level. For Thompson, this time last year, he won the first 2 sets against Ben Mitchell, but the match went 5.
That's right.
Out. 30, 15.
And it's really taking advantage of those half-court balls that Thompson throws in occasionally. The idea is right to get it deep into the corner, but you can't really be going line at this stage.
I was just watching Jordan's footwork here, and gee, those little steps were impressive. The way that he just adjusted his feet to get in the right position.
Out. 40, 15.
To talk about momentum in a match, obviously it's completely with Jordan Thompson. It's only been slowed down slightly, but so quickly, just able to get away again.
Well, any rhythm that JP had in this second set has gone again. The points have shortened. Back on Thompson's terms.
He's overplayed the volley again. Another fist pump from Jordan Thompson. Flying along in this set as well. He took the first 6-1. He's leading 5-2 in the second.
Now, how are we going in terms of tweets at #AO Playoff?
Well, Kate, we've just had a great tweet come through with a picture of Daria with her Australian Open.
Ah, look at that.
That's lovely.
Accreditation.
Yeah.
That reminds me of another player from Perth who had a similar sort of smile, was very happy to win a wild card.
Who are you talking about, Pete?
Talk about you.
Such suspense.
In fact, if you watch our opener closely, the last shot, the last player there is Bojana Babusic.
The fist pump.
The fist pump.
The fist
back of
pump, I love
in
it.
that traditional spot at the back of the court, facing the wall. It's been a good week overall. It's just really nice to get a taste of the summer of tennis just before Christmas too. This December showdown, obviously there's been all the junior events that have been played over the past couple of weeks as well. A chance for the tennis family to get together just before Christmas.
We've seen a lot of families here with their younger kids. We've had the 12s nationals, the 14s, the 16s and the 18s, plus the wildcard playoff.
It's a busy time, isn't it?
Such a busy time.
Been watching some of the younger players too. Boy, do they strike the ball hard.
Oh yeah. Chance to see the next generations coming through.
Their bags are usually bigger than they are, but fierce competitors. And that's better play from JP, but he is forced to actually hit the lines to win these points. That's just how well Thompson's playing.
And how quick he is as well.
Yeah.
He's very
It's the
fast
speed.
around the court.
Love.
So similar scenario to the opening set where Smith had the opportunity to really put a little bit of pressure on, force Jordan Thompson to serve out for the set. Foot fault called by the lines person, just to compound things, but he's desperate to get in the net. Nice to see try something different with the serve volley.
40 love.
It's his best service for the match.
Game Smith.
Good way to hold serve, but now it's up to Jordan Thompson to close it
Thompson
out.
leads
5 games
five
to
games
3
to
in
three.
this second set. Thompson taking the first 6 games to 1.
Lovely backhand from JP.
Love 15.
Short backswing. Lovely angle.
Just that build-up of pressure again.
15 all.
And it's that forehand side, isn't it?
Yep.
That Jordan's able to really dictate on, gets the ball hard and deep.
Again, really just getting up to the net nicely. It's what we see out of JP Smith a lot, able to finish off the points quickly.
Well, he hasn't had to come into the net too often, Thompson, but when he has, he's done well. Of course.
As you
too
say
early
that.
on that, Pete.
And now has a set point. There you go, 2 sets to love up. The vibration dampener just falling out of JP Smith's racket too. Oh, too big again. Another unforced error from JP Smith. And in a commanding position at the moment. Jordan Thompson took the first set 6-1, taking the second 6 games to 3.
These are the hairs on a tennis ball traveling at 234 kilometers per hour. The fastest serve recorded at the Australian Open. These are your hairs standing on end as you watch this ball hurtling like a burning meteorite through space. Get closer to the action at the Australian Open. Book through Ticketek.
So 2 sets to love lead for Jordan Thompson over the second seed, John Patrick Smith. In this best of 5 encounter, the men's final at the Australian Open Wildcard playoff. As things starting to warm up out there. Both players using the ice. Plenty of water and power drinks and all that sort of stuff being taken. Certainly the crowd enjoying the summer sunshine.
It'll be interesting to see how JP responds now that he's 2 sets to love down, whether he'll change his tactics or whether he'll stick to his game plan.
I think he needs to back himself in terms of what is his natural game. You know, coming off those big serves. And I know that in the first set he was passed a couple of times and he's been reluctant to come into the net since, but I think he's just got to go back to that tactic. It's 2 sets to love down, but Pete, as you said earlier, Thompson was in this position this time last year and he disappeared for the next 2 sets.
Away we go in the third.
15 love.
Really hasn't dropped his level at all today, Jordan Thompson. And remarkable consistency through the first 2 sets.
Yeah, good use of that slice out wide to set up that point for JP to come in and finish it off at the net. Now he'd really be looking to hold here just to get a good start in this third set.
Forty 30.
The net cord gave him a little bit of extra time on that forehand side.
Deuce.
Thompson had really worked over JP, got him out wide.
Yeah, liquid refreshment going on in the crowd today.
And that's the difference today. When Jordan does get the opportunity, he takes it straight away, whereas JP's just missing a few too many of those. Not able to get that one over the net. Break point now for Jordan to take a lead in this third set.
Deuce.
That's good response from JP.
You also saw there he's looking to get into the net as well. Just change it up with a bit of serve volley.
Advantage, Smith.
Didn't win the first game in either of the first two sets, JP Smith, so now a chance for a positive start and to put himself in front in a set.
Deuce.
Once again, Thompson not concerned by JP coming to the net.
Well, it was a super volley. Under pressure. Great work from JP Smith. Really been the point of the match for him so far.
Advantage, Smith.
Great net coverage too. It's
Yeah,
a tall guy.
He'd be hard to pass, although Jordan's had the ability to do that today.
Deuce.
For the fourth time, we head to deuce.
Advantage, Smith.
Not sure if Jordan liked that call.
Game,
So
Smith.
after a titanic battle, Smith on the board first
First
in this
game,
third
third
set.
set.
At this point in time, Kate, we have to say goodbye to Boyana.
Oh, well, that's a terrible shame.
Yes,
There's a
guys, time
tight.
for me to fly back to Perth and get ready for the Hopman Cup. So it's been a pleasure this week. And
Thank you for all your work across this week.
Thanks for having me, and hopefully I'll see you guys soon.
Yes,
We'll hear
indeed.
you
Safe
over
travels.
over the summer. Boyana Babusik joining us throughout this week on the AO Wildcard Playoff. So that was an important hold for JP Smith. Context of the match. Not going anywhere.
No, and he had to work hard to win that serve. And as you said, Pete, finally a breakthrough.
Well done, JP Smith there. That was an incredible return of serve because the ball coming straight at him. Did really well to take evasive action. It actually turned into an attacking shot.
And Thompson, I mean, he moved so well out on court that again, you know, JP has to find the lines, play those extra points.
That was a very, very late call. This is not going to impress JP Smith. Well, no point in asking Jordan Thompson what he thinks. He's going to say, yeah, I agree, it was out.
And he did.
Someone who's already frustrated about the way the match is going. There's very little point in making them further frustrated. This vibration dampener's fallen out. Both players have had that problem. But nice work from Jordan to actually pick up where that went.
Well, no one else could see it. He's got his racket sorted. JP's still got a smile on his face out there. He knows he's close.
And that becomes 3 points in a row, and all of a sudden the game is gone.
Thompson just standing and delivering on that backhand, but finds the net. John wants that ball back. Someone obliging from the crowd.
Thompson.
So Thompson holds one game all in this third set. And 2 sets to love lead for the number 5 seed and defending champion. Earlier today, Daria Gavrilova beat Irina Rodionova in straight sets to get the women's wild card.
Boy, we're starting to see some long points being played out there on that occasion. It's Thompson that finds the net.
Despite the fact he lost that point, Jordan Thompson's returning particularly well. Yeah, good look on the JP Smith serve, both first and second ball.
Love.
Just saw the game change there when he got to 1-1 that Jordan just finding some space in the shade. Starting to warm up out there. 32 Celsius expected in Melbourne today. Really has struggled when he gets pushed back, and that again goes back to the point about the returning work that Jordan Thompson's putting in here.
Yeah, JP not wanting to get too far back in the court, but getting stuck too close to the ball on that occasion. Couldn't hit through.
Got there.
40-15.
And that's more like the JP Smith we've seen all week. Coming in off anything short and high.
Nice return. Didn't overplay it with JP getting into the net, just putting it down at his feet.
Yeah, it's hard to make the adjustments on in time to get that ball low.
That's well done. Nice lefty serve out wide. Smith holds. We're on serve in this second set. 2 games to 1 with Jordan Thompson taking the first two 6-1, 6-3.
Good afternoon to all the everybody's watching.
Hello, everyone.
I just want to have a quick chat about the new Australian Open website, which has just been launched, and it's looking very fancy. You should check it out at ausopen.com.
Well, let's check it out now. Walk us through it.
Well, you've got all the information on the brand new Emirates Australian Open Series, which will be taking place very soon as the lead up to the Australian Open. All the information to your tickets, where you can get them, how much they cost, what they cover, including the new situation with Hisense Arena being free for ground pass holders, and then also checking out the countdown clock.
Ah, right.
28 days to go.
It's ominous for those who are working, but delightful for those who are going. So make sure you check out the website and let us know what you think at #AOPlayoff. Can't wait, guys.
It's not too far away. A couple of weeks away. Get through Christmas and then we're into the Emirates Australian Open Series.
Well, we're on serve here in the third set. Encouraging signs for JP.
And JP making his move now. He's well set.
Love 15.
Some real positive play out there by JP.
Well, two really big forehands
Yeah.
from JP Smith in that rally. And finally, Thompson's been put on the defensive.
And you can tell that JP's just playing more confidently out there, really hitting through his shots. No hesitation.
Yep, and too solid at the nets.
15-30.
He didn't quite put that ball away, Thompson, but managed to hold his own at the net. Got down low to get that ball.
Well, just at the moment, JP Smith works his way back in, then Jordan Thompson has the answers. But things just tightening up in this third set.
Yeah, nice change up by JP.
15-40.
And now the little bit of frustration from Jordan Thompson.
Well, Thompson thought that backhand from JP was going long, and actually I thought it was too. Looked like it was drifting, but just dropped in, caught the line.
Break points for JP Smith. And there is the breaker serve. JP Smith against the run of play, but 3 games to 1 in this third set. He's had to grind away, and now he gets that opportunity.
I just wonder if Thompson isn't thinking back 12 months ago. Maybe just a slight loss of focus, but you can tell that the game of JP Smith has gone up a notch or two.
Absolutely.
Love.
And the momentum change with the just a reversal of roles almost at the moment.
Yeah, got the short ball, Thompson.
15 all.
Followed in. Put the pressure back on JP to get the passing shot.
Good work again from JP Smith. It's more like it.
Well, that's the sort of play that's got him through to the final this week.
I've seen Jordan Thompson a couple of times when that overhead's come in. He's had a play a couple of times. That's been the cleanest he's had so far in the match. It's a good indication of how well he's seeing the ball.
40-30. Game Smith.
And so Smith holds 4 games to 1 in the
Smith
third
leads
set.
4 games to 1.
As this match has turned around.
Well, it has turned around, Pete, and it's happened pretty quickly, but I have to say that JP came out in this third set and was determined to get that match back on his terms. He's playing the sort of tennis that we'd seen earlier in the week with the big serving, coming in on anything short, and he missed a lot of those shots earlier on, but he's starting to make them now, and his confidence is growing out there on court.
As the temperature rises as well. Both players changing their outfits at the moment.
Yeah, making sure they're keeping cool between games. Got the ice packs out today. It's quite necessary.
Time.
And that's what they're playing for. They're the accreditations for the tournament next year.
Jordan looked like he had a little bit more hair back then when that photo was taken.
Well, he
lot
did
of curls
from 12 months ago.
Yeah.
So Jordan Thompson down the break at 4 games to 1.
Oh, JP really opened up the court then with that big forehand cross court. It's not good enough to get that ball down the line. I like the play though. When are we announcing the winners of the hashtag AO Christmas competition?
I think that'll be about Christmas time.
Can we get an exact date and time, please?
I'm not the moderator of the competition, but we
okay.
welcome your entries. Hashtag AO Christmas.
$30-15.
Oh, Thompson's been called foot fault. Now, Pete, you're the stats man in this match.
Mm-hmm.
In this set, what percentage of first serves has Thompson got in? Don't shrug your shoulders, I saw that.
Not as many as the previous 2.
And dropping.
As well as that, the unforced error count has risen for Jordan Thompson too. Another break point for JP. Take this to 5-1.
That's a good shot by Thompson.
Deuce.
He was running back when he hit that ball. It's
Yeah.
difficult to keep your balance.
It was a clever serve as well. Seeing JP to get back into the middle of the court. There's a set up forehand again.
Yeah, set up by the flattened out forehand
Advantage.
going cross court.
And that's gone big too. So it's all JP Smith in this third set.
5 games to 1.
And is leading 5 games to 1. 4 games in a row now. And the momentum definitely with JP Smith.
Yeah, and Thompson really missing shots that he was making certain of in the first 2 sets. A lot of errors so far in this third set. 2 breaks down.
Love 15. All.
And see the unforced error count has come down completely. In the first 2 sets, JP with that forehand was missing long. Really been able to tidy it up.
Yes, he's finding his range in this third set.
30-15.
More opportunities to come to the net as well.
All.
That ball coming back so quickly that JP was just not in a position to take the return. Oh, good response after being called for a foot fault.
40-30.
A big ace down the tee.
And set point. Bring this back to 2 sets to 1.
Oh, and after a great pickup by Smith Manages to net the backhand. Some great defensive work.
Oh, Thompson went a little casual with that overhead. It's tough to hit from that position in the court.
Advantage, Smith.
And another set point. And good way to finish it off.
Smith.
Good turnaround in this match. It's 2
Thompson
sets to 1,
leads.
Jordan
Got 2
Thompson,
sets
but
to
JP 6-1 the third set. So 5 games in a row for JP Smith. And Jordan Thompson now the one to take a bathroom break.
Yes, in keeping the ice to the back of the neck. Make sure he remains cool. So we might go and see what's happening on social media side of things, Michael.
Just having a quick look. Fog Mountain thinks that Jordan can stop JP's comeback through contrasting colours. Bit of a statement about his attire. We've been noticing the diversity of colours from the players this week, which has been great. And just a quick reminder about the hashtag AO Christmas, where we're giving away Australian Open merchandise for your best contribution to our On the First Day of Christmas, My True Love Gave to Me. And we've got here
True Tennis Love.
9th Day of Christmas, My True Tennis Love Gave to Me a Happy Family. Not overly tennis themed, but thank you for the array of Daggy Christmas jumpers, which is great. We love to see those. Send them in.
Well, that's seemingly a theme well, today anyway.
And also the TAC People's Court at peoplescourt.com.au. If you're coming to the Australian Open, or if you're not and you need another excuse, make sure you check out the People's Court when you're here. You can register at the site, and it gives you the opportunity to play the Australian Open. There's a set-up court with lines people, ball kids, umpires, cameras. It is the works. It is as if you're in the centre of Rod Laver Arena, and you can play with a friend and take the video home of the experience with you. But also with TAC, there'll be distractions going on in the background, trying to keep you your mind on the game.
Okay, so it's all about focus.
It's all about focus and avoiding distractions. No idea what those distractions will be, but the only way to find out is by going to peoplescourt.com.au and registering.
And we should mention that both players have actually taken the opportunity to leave the court as we get ready for the fourth set. And for best of 5 set matches, we simulate the Grand Slam conditions.
And we're also seeing a bit of support for some of the players in the mixed doubles that's taking place at Melbourne Park today for the Winner Wildcard competition, which is another thing that Tennis Australia has been trying to get fans involved and everyone into the Australian Open. And the Winner Wildcard competition has players from all over the country, mixed doubles teams pairing up and playing elimination rounds at their local club before progressing to the next round. And the finals of those are happening today, and they're playing the Fast 4 format, which can be found at the tennis.com.au website. It's quick, it's fun, and it's going to be great to see those guys play first round in mixed doubles.
How does the Fast 4 work?
So no ad scoring,
Right.
and you basically play to 4. It's basically how it works. No lets, so it's a very quick format. And there's been a lot of matches being played on the other courts around us here at Melbourne Park, with a couple of the other junior events finishing up, but also the mixed doubles and all the finalists from around Australia.
And with Melbourne Park's looking good. Like, I don't often want to blow Melbourne Park's trumpet, but it is looking very tight today. The weather is great. The grass is green. And Margaret Court, in particular, is looking very tidy. If you haven't seen the new Margaret Court, make sure to check it out. There's, if you're coming to Melbourne, it's going to be a bit of a new experience for you. It's a court unlike any other, with a roof that closes in under 4 minutes and a giant red button that lets you do so. But the inside, it's a bit like Hamer Hall if you're a Melburnian.
Okay, yeah.
We've got some vision here of what it looks like and how it's transformed.
Time.
Originally an outside court when Flinders Park, it was known in 1988, and has grown to cater the increased popularity of tennis and also sport in general in Melbourne.
It certainly has changed the look of Melbourne Park. As you enter, you'll notice big difference.
Well, there was always a great atmosphere on Margaret Court Arena. Remembering before Hisense came along, it was the number one court after Rod Laver Arena. So there were some huge matches, and certainly the night matches are the ones to look out for. If you can get some tickets to get into Margaret Court Arena, make sure you do so. But back here, we're ready now for the fourth set. It's Jordan Thompson to serve first.
15 love.
With Thompson that's wanting to get back the momentum in this match. You let that third set slip by.
Well, it was more just he came down off the high level that he had in the first two sets.
Needs
JP
to find
Smith's
it again.
made less errors along the way. Got his serve going, got a chance to get into the net. So now we have a contest.
Didn't serve as well, Pete, in the third. Thompson, so he'll be looking to get some rhythm back on his serve. Really opening up on that forehand side now, JP. Big winners coming his way off that side.
Yeah, well, he's found the rhythm on that side. And that's the shot that he can trouble Jordan Thompson with. The one that was really, he was miscuing it in the first two sets.
He was overhitting it. Found his range now.
Forty, 15.
So Thompson does hold in the first game of the fourth set.
First game, fourth set.
Of course, if you're watching, listening to us today, send your thoughts through on how you think this match is now going to pan out. Hashtag AO playoffs. That was important first game by Thompson to hold serve.
Yeah, just to steady things a bit. He's certainly taking a little more time to try and get his body temperature down. He's had the ice packs at every single change of ends.
Let for serve. Love 15.
Just as JP was about to serve there, cloud cover came across.
$15 all. $30-15.
Yeah, Thompson
14,
miscuing on
15.
that forehand, was really dominating in that point. JP was well behind the baseline.
Game Smith, new balls please.
Certainly getting through his service games a lot quicker, JP
One
Smith.
game more.
A lot of support coming through on Twitter for JP Smith. People watching all across America, and friends in Atlanta are also watching. So big hello to everyone watching over in the States.
Getting behind their boy.
Particularly the University of Tennessee, which is where he spent his college career and still spends a heap of time there training. A lot of time in the United States.
Well, he was in a lot of trouble early on in this match, and he's got himself back in. Won the third set 6-1.
If he wins, I imagine they won't have to clean that rock that they painted Go JP on.
That's for serve. $15 love.
Hey, Pete, what time is it?
Yep. Not quite yet.
Okay. Shall hold fire.
$15 all.
JP starting to win more of these long rallies too.
I reckon Jordan's going to kick off soon. He's just slowly getting a little bit more frustrated at unforced errors.
$30-15. 40-15.
Oh, good serving by Thompson.
Just going with that forehand slice again, just to try and change things up. Really a good battle now. There haven't been too many long rallies for the crowd to really get into. But JP with the momentum trying to force this to a fifth set, just the same as what we saw last year. So Thompson holds. We're on serve in this fourth set. 2 games to 1. And Thompson winning the first 2 sets, 6-1 and 6-3. And then JP, the third set, 6 games to 1. So it hasn't been an overly long match.
Not a long match, Pete, but it is a close one now. It's hard to know which player actually has the ascendancy. Obviously with JP coming back in that third, but you just get the feeling that things are evening out again. Jordan just needs to compose himself, keep focused out there. Michael mentioned in that last game that he thinks he's just about ready to tee off.
One of the things we have seen in the past with Jordan Thompson, particularly last year at the playoff, because obviously made it through to the final, was he does like to get emotional on court, does like to talk to himself, but he's managing to keep that under control, even as that third set slipped by. So he knows he's still in a pretty good position. But the swings in momentum just changed so quickly, and we saw that in that third set. So games on serve in this fourth set. A little bit of support for JP in the crowd. No, a lot of support in the States for JP Smith.
Well, he's a popular figure.
So serving now, 1-2.
Love. Love.
That's a good serve, jumping right up into Thompson. Pete, you mentioned the other day when we were watching JP that he just doesn't look like he's sweating out there or affected too much by the conditions.
40 love.
It's pretty cool, calm and collected once again today. Get the feeling you'd be happy to go 5. That's what it takes. That's what it's going to take.
40-15.
Only a handful of double faults for JP in the match. Well, only hit one first serve in that game, but got away with it. 2 games all.
Yeah, still wins comfortably in the end. He's actually been flying through his services, has JP Smith. He struggled in those first 2 sets, obviously, but now has some real rhythm.
Fifteen love.
Timing completely wrong, but
15 all.
JP, we know how much he likes coming to the net, but he's just able to put a little bit more pressure on. In the first 2 sets, Jordan Thompson didn't mind having the target to hit, but he just kept that ball low.
Oh, he
And
was
he's not going to stop playing that particular game.
And he was watching JP come into the net, then took his eye off the ball, miscued.
$30, 15.
It helps when you can put in a big first serve.
Breeze just picking up, just knocking off a few of those bottles next to the chair.
Thompson just a little loose on his forehand. Really had plenty of time to hit through that ball.
It's really a match based on who can make the fewer errors rather than a match with a heap of winners in it.
Ball.
Well, that was a huge point, and Thompson comes up with a double fault, brings up a break point for JP Smith. The pressure is being applied.
Just a second double fault for the match for Thompson. So both players have been called for foot faults throughout the match.
It was interesting. Thompson's really reacted.
So
Thrown the racket.
There's the break of serve.
Smith leads.
So JP Smith feeling the momentum now. 3 games to 2. Like he didn't break that racket on the way through. He threw it just the right way to make sure it didn't. But yeah, that's been building up for a while now, and JP firmly now in control. Important break of serve. 3 games to 2 in the 4th. And certainly JP looking the fresher of the 2 players at the moment.
He's just looking calm. He's stayed the same the entire match, whereas those first 2 sets, Thompson was jumping about to get to the ball, and now he's sort of playing within himself. And I think Matt Johnson on Twitter here has reported that the weather status, it is #hot. And I can confirm that. We've gone to the Bureau of Meteorology, and the temperature is rising. So when this match started, it was in the high 20s, and now it's moving up nearly 33 degrees currently.
Yeah, that's warm, and as we were saying, if it's 33 degrees outside, it's probably another couple of degrees warmer on court.
Good crowds all week. Free entry into Melbourne Park, particularly on the weekends. There's lots of other sporting events happening, and also Christmas shopping and all of that sort of thing happening as well. Been good to see the fans getting out here and the word getting out about the Wildcard playoff each year.
JP Smith with the break here in the fourth set.
Just a quick one, Kate. I think you called the match possibly a 3-setter. And now Patrick Rourke on Twitter is calling you a muppet.
But Patrick, I did change my mind how that was going to play out. And I'm allowed to change my mind.
15 love.
And we never did say it was over. We just said it wasn't looking good.
Help! 15 all.
Muppets.
30, 15. Help! 40, 15.
Once again, JP Smith really cruising through his service. No extended rallies, and really Thompson not putting up a shot then in that last point.
No, the shoulders were down, just walk from side to side. It's really not putting any pressure on at all.
Help! 15 love. $15 all.
Yeah, lovely depth then
15-30.
by JP.
Well, the roles have been reversed from what we saw in the first set from these two players. Now it's Jordan Thompson who can't find any rhythm, and JP able to do what he likes.
Yeah, nice play by Thompson. That was a great second serve. It really jumped up into JP.
30 all.
Set up the point nicely.
Yeah, first time in a long time that we've seen some positive play from Jordan Thompson, getting into the net, just changing things around. Really, the middle part of each set, players have been able to go on runs. It's 4 games in a row for Thompson in the opening set, 3 in a row in the second, and 5 in a row for JP Smith in the third.
Game Thompson.
So Thompson, he holds.
Smith leads.
Still down a break though, 4 games to 3 in the 4th set.
Got to say, I am really hoping this goes to a 5th set, mainly because JP's fans are great. On Twitter,
They're very active, aren't they, Michael?
They are very active, and we love that. One of his former teammates, Adam Hubble, who is in the stands, apparently is reporting it's bloody hot. And from our air-conditioned commentary box, we can assume that it is. So make sure you get involved at #AOPlayoff. We love to hear from you. And whether you're calling Kate a Muppet or not, feel free to.
Well, hang on. Can I just say that it said commentators?
Yeah, Boyana was here a little bit earlier as well.
And you're still here, unfortunately.
Expression from JP Smith hasn't changed throughout the match. Particularly when he was well down in that first set and a half. He wasn't getting overly frustrated out there, at least not to the crowd.
He wasn't getting down on himself, that's for sure. I mean, he understood what was going wrong. He was over-hitting the ball. He just didn't have any rhythm on his serve. But I guess he just backed himself to know he had 5 sets to get back into this and that things could change. And things have changed very quickly. And it's Thompson that's struggling in terms of just how he's feeling out there mentally. He's getting upset by calls. He's been foot-faulted a number of occasions, and last time he was none too pleased about that call. Threw down the racket in frustration.
And he does again.
What is happening on the return? Thompson, he is just not seeing that ball at all.
No, but a lot more first serves into play from JP Smith. The timing's gone for Jordan Thompson.
First serve. Dirty love.
Out.
40 love. Game Smith.
So really getting that
Smith
serve
leads
going.
5 games to 3.
Just a sense of inevitability about all of this at the moment. But last year we saw a match levelled at 2 sets all, went to 5. Jordan lifted his level in the final set.
So we are hearing from JP fans online. We also want to hear from Thompson fans. Let us know where you are in the world. #AOPlayoff.
Love.
JP keen to hit that ball early.
Love.
That's better from Thompson. He really needs to hold here. Make
40
JP serve for this fourth set.
Oh, trying to build any sort of momentum.
That's Mercer.
Oh, picked it up nicely. Just right in his hitting zone.
40,
Didn't really need to move all that much.
Didn't
It
really
came
need,
off.
Sorry, Pete, didn't really need to move the racket that much either. That was short swing.
$40-30.
Thompson was 40 love up in this game. JP's got that back 40-30. Pressure on again.
Game Thompson.
So Thompson holds. So JP will have to come out and serve for this fourth set.
5 games.
It's 5 games to 4.
We just did a call out for hearing from some Jordan Thompson fans, and we've got one here from Sarah, who is from Sydney, and she is a Jordan fan. So hello to Sarah, and anyone else who is a Jordan Thompson fan, or a JP Smith fan, or an anyone else fan, let us know at #AOPlayoff. Where are you watching? Who are you supporting? Who you think will take out the Australian Open this year? We want to hear from you.
Maybe there are some Michael fans out there. He's done some good work this week.
Not many.
I mentioned the cloud cover that's come across this afternoon. Not expecting rain. It's very warm out there, getting humid. Makes it difficult to play in, Pete. Balls get heavier.
Yeah, but they'll be taking the opportunity to have some shade. The cloud cover you can see there, looking back towards the CBD. That's where the weather is coming from.
Time.
So JP Smith with a chance to send this to the deciding 5th set.
That's the first time we've had an extended rally on JP's serve for quite some time. And Thompson not ready to go away just yet in this 4th set.
Well, no game has gone to juice in this 4th set. Gives you an idea of how easy it's been for the servers. With that break of serve.
Love 30.
But a small window opportunity for Jordan Thompson here to bring things back to 5-all.
Yeah, Smith just pressing on that forehand side.
We talked in the first couple of sets about his movement around the court. He's just slowed down as the match has worn on. Oh, well done again by Jordan Thompson. The long rallies have been few and far between this afternoon, but just pulling the trigger at the right time. So a couple of break point opportunities for the 5th seed.
You could see JP just trying to mix it up then in that last point. In the end, that ball just sat up too high for Thompson. Was able to put it away.
For the first time today for JP Smith. There's Jordan Thompson just taking a little bit off his ground strokes now, just really guiding the ball into court. And that's the opportunity that JP will take, because some of those balls are mid-court, so be able to just really get into the net.
Now, Pete, I know you're very proud of your stats this afternoon, but it's the second foot fault call. You marked that down on your sheet there?
Got it.
Got it. Great.
Deuce.
Good fight back here from JP. Got it back to Juice. Opened up the court nicely there, Thompson, should I say.
Yeah, just really leant back on that ball. Another chance for 5-all. And that's wide, so the game changes again.
5 games.
5-all in this 4th set.
Well, huge opportunity missed then from JP Smith. Chance to serve out the 4th set and take this to a 5th.
And really, they came out of nowhere with the way that JP's been serving in this set. Shows how quickly it can change. So things tight in the match now. 5-all 4th set. Yeah, he's got a blood nose, Jordan Thompson, so I'll just get that tidied up. It does mean he has to come from the court, particularly if he drops on the court. So trainer will be called out here. What a moment for that to happen. 5-all in the 4th set. So there'll be a slight delay here as Jordan Thompson gets tidied up.
Ladies and gentlemen, trainer's been called to court.
So now's a good time to have a look at hashtag AO Playoff, and a big hello to everyone who's watching around the world. Ben Tomo 98, who thinks Jordan is going to win. It's a late one for him in New York, where it's about to hit midnight. So thanks for sticking with us, Ben. And then also Jens. Gonna go with Jens, who is
Try Jens.
Jens.
That'll do.
There we go. Who is he's a fan of the Special Ks, so he's checking in from Sweden. So big hello to everyone watching. Make sure to join the conversation at AO Playoff. Let us know who you think will take out not only the Wildcard but also the Australian Open, which is kicking off very shortly.
Yeah, not too far away now, the 19th of January through to the 1st of Feb. And visit ausopen.com for all the details there. It's taking the trainer a long time to get to court. There are still plenty of other matches being played around the grounds today, with some of the other December Showdown matches finishing up. Also the winner wildcard, the mixed doubles wildcard, also being played as well. We'll bring you some results from that. It's been happening on plenty of the outside courts today, and some good crowds from some of the local clubs here supporting their players.
Well, the trainer has arrived now on court. Obviously the blood nose has stopped.
Yeah, so probably more precautionary than anything else, because one can't spill onto the court surface.
Do you suppose they'll wrap his nose up like that do with the footballers here in Australia?
Don't think so.
Come out looking like a mummy?
Horribly uncomfortable. That's who this delay will favour is the big question from my perspective, is to see who will just pick up where they left off, or one of the players be a little bit sluggish getting back in. That's what they're playing for. As we take you to the gift shop.
Thompson is now receiving a medical time.
So this has now turned into a medical timeout. So 5 minutes on the clock to get this tidied up. It's not ideal to take an injury timeout for something like this, but I guess obviously had to be done because it was an extended break. But if there's an injury that if he happens to injure himself, if this goes into a fifth set, then he's lost that injury timeout. Expression just really hasn't changed all match. Now he's in a really good position to push this to deciding set.
He's a man who just simply does not get distracted, which is a delightful segue to the TAC People's Court, which will be taking place during the Australian Open. Make sure to go to peoplescourt.com.au to register your interest, where you can get on court in a fully decked out Australian Open court. It's Court 9 here at Melbourne Park. It'll have multiple television cameras, ball boys, linesmen, an umpire. It's the full deal, as if you're playing Australian Open, and it's a great initiative. I can't play it, but I wish I could.
Oh, you can't enter, Michael? That's most unfair.
No.
Is it just because you can't find a mate, or you're not allowed to?
Let's go with not allowed to.
Okay.
But it'd be something that I'd very much look forward to. Playing the Australian Open, make sure to check it out. Very exciting initiative brought to you by TAC.
So the injury timeout's wrapped up well and truly in time. I think that took 5 minutes to tidy up, but as I said, really unfortunate that it had to take the injury time out just in case something larger
So what happens now, Pete? Yeah, say he, you know, it's a terrible thing to say, but if he rolled his ankle or something like that?
Whether he can get another timeout for a separate injury. I don't think that's the case.
Love 15.
So we pick up Love 15. 5-all, 4 set.
All.
That was
Gutsy second serve.
Terrific second serve.
Yeah, deep into the court. Considering the pressure he's putting himself under, hasn't made a first serve yet in this game.
Yeah, the serve has really gone off the boil in these past 2 sets for Thompson.
It's been a theme today for both players.
It was another good deep kicking second serve, but JP was waiting for that ball and got the return back easily.
There's all sorts of distractions out there. People moving in the stands. There's things moving behind the wall.
40-30.
Just getting ready for the People's Court, Pete.
That's a good way to block them out with an ace. Game point for 6-5. And it's wide, so one game away from another wild card into the Australian Open. Jordan Thompson leads 6 games to 5 in this 4th set.
And that was well played by Thompson, really just going up and down the middle of the court, forcing JP to come up with a passing shot or the shot out wide, and he went too wide in the end on that forehand.
3 games in a row for Jordan Thompson. Pressure back on JP Smith. And really has been a good turnaround, particularly early in that set. The game's going with the serve. It was pretty comfortable. Previous JP Smith service game, he dropped the first 2 points and was under pressure from there.
Well, he'd been able to stop any sort of long rallies in his services so far in the last sort of 2 sets. And that first point when Thompson broke back, it was an extended rally. It got him back into the game.
And the other thing too, from JP Smith's perspective, is he hasn't had that freedom to be able to get into the net. Hasn't had that momentum. But now he has a chance to force it to a tie break, tight in this 4th set. We're on serve. Great touch. Spent a heap of time on the doubles court. In fact, both of these players have, so very comfortable there. Just missing.
Well, he did well to stay in that point. Jordan Thompson put up a defensive lob at one stage and got himself back into the point. It's just not good enough to finish it off.
40 love.
JP would have loved this service 2 games ago.
Yeah. Just being slowed down again.
Let first serve.
And then we're off to a tie break
Game Smith.
to decide this 4th set.
6 games all. 4th set. Tiebreak.
Well, we don't have any stats in terms of tie-break records for either player. What's your feeling, Pete? Or none of them?
Both players have only played the one tiebreaker to get to this stage of the event. Gives you an idea of how comfortably they've been moving through. It's hard to pick. The match up for grabs right here. Brilliant stuff.
1-0 Smith.
Thompson really was dictating play throughout that point.
Please wait
And
till
then,
the point is complete.
oh, we're getting
Yeah, a
some
few
issues with people calling out during the point. But the JP just was able to, with that big forehand, get himself back into the point and draws the error from Thompson.
A few people thought the point was over before it was. Yeah, too good. Thompson early on in the rally decided to just go the forehand down the middle of the court rather than work the angle. That really changed the momentum of that point.
Smith.
Time to refocus for Jordan Thompson. Still just down only the mini break in this tie break.
It's JP that's sitting up on the baseline though, isn't it? He's the one that's pushing the play out there.
Smith.
Both these players don't play 5 sets very often. This event and the Grand Slams. Saw Jordan get up in 5 last year. JP's played some long matches at this event too. It's just catching the back of the line too. That was always going to happen, but there's that slight moment of hesitation as that ball drops and realises it drops on the line.
Yes, and he was too far back to hit through on the backhand side. Got caught. And that's what happens when you get pushed behind the baseline.
Players changing ends, and it's all one-way traffic in this tie-break. Remember, the fifth set, an advantage set.
Well, JP quickly to the other end.
He hasn't really had to change the way he's played, even though he's been pushed in this set.
See his opponent clearly frustrated by what's happening out there.
Yes, that's the way to go. And set up with that ball out wide. So just a little more depth required.
Yeah, it's great play by Thompson. Coming in off that big forehand. As you said, Pete, he'd taken JP out wide on the court, and he's got good hands at the net.
Oh, it's just something different. It's a sneak play.
Once again, just sitting back off that backhand side.
6-2, Smith.
Means he's not in position to hit that ball.
A whole host of set points here for JP Smith at 6-2. And we're going to a decider. The wild card to be decided by fifth sets. JP Smith comfortable in that tie break. He takes it 7-6.
Trainer back out on court for Thompson. He had the blood nose in that fourth set, but as you said, Pete, he won't be able to call for another 5-minute medical timeout. Just get treatment in between games. This big ice pack around his neck keeps cool. As we said, it's been a warm day. It was around 33 degrees last time we checked in with the Bureau of Meteorology. Michael, have you got update in terms of the temperature out there?
Not yet, but soon will. Warm, I think, is the general consensus.
Well, 5-set match standards. It's been a pretty quick match thus far. The first set zipped by really quickly, as did the third set. So
we've had it all, haven't we, Pete?
Well, the players haven't been out there for an overly long amount of time, but still, as we pointed out earlier, the temperature has risen as the match has gone on. Really, this is just a bit of maintenance, just to make sure that the bleeding actually stops.
And the nose is actually being taped now, so I didn't pick up in between points whether or not that was causing any more trouble. He's just precautionary, I think, at this stage. As JP looks pretty relaxed. This has been a great fight back, hasn't it? It's been a great comeback by JP. He was down 2 sets to love, and I thought out of sorts, just wasn't being able to play his own game, and that was largely due to the way that Thompson was playing. He was great up at the net. You know, he was really good in terms of the cross-court winners that he was able to conjure when JP rushed the net, took away the game from Smith, put pressure on his serve. But yeah, to JP's credit, he's come back here. He's taking this to the 5th. It was a terrific tie break by JP.
Well, it's just maintaining a consistent level all the way through, because Jordan started off really well, then his level dropped off. JP's taken a while to start, as we've talked about, but from here it's just about maintaining. And certainly serving first in this final set will be an advantage for him.
But JP's got to keep going for his shots. He can't afford to become conservative in his play. What's got him back into this game is that he's backed himself.
Yeah, the extra supply of towels required for Jordan Thompson. So here we go. Second year running. We're into the final set, the 5th set to decide the wild card. Smith to get us underway.
Thompson clearly agitated.
Well,
what was that about, though?
I mean, if you're looking for a line call again, but umpire's not going to overrule it.
30 love.
Well, easy service games like gold and the final set of a match.
Game Smith. First game, final set.
And after having a look at the Bureau's website, found the temperature's about the same, so roughly about 32 degrees, but there's been a change in the wind gusts. Picked up but also changed direction. So it'll be interesting to see whether that has any effect on the final set. But as far as temperature goes, still pushing about 32, 33 degrees here at Melbourne Park.
I suggest the umpire's probably looking for some more white towels to be brought out. So we saw a lot of this from Jordan last year across the wildcard playoff, where we're just constantly talking to himself. He did a really good job in those first 2 sets and even 3 sets of just keeping that under control. But as the match has worn on, we've seen him lose the racket a couple of times.
Well, it's that big forehand by JP. It's doing some damage out there.
Love 30.
He's hit a lot of big winners off it, but it's also given him the opportunity to get into a lot of points where he's been on the defence. It's working well. Oh boy.
Love 40.
So the wheels have definitely fallen off here for Jordan Thompson.
Fifteen 40.
Three double faults in that game.
Game Smith. Smith leads 2 games to love.
And the crowd sort of not really knowing what to do at this point in time, because see the momentum with JP Smith now.
Well, the crowd will get behind JP with those sorts of acts out there on the court by Thompson. He needs to be careful. JP just getting on with business. That serve has gotten better as this game has gone on.
All.
Easy motion, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what served him well over the course of a match, over a long match. Just a nice, easy service action. Not too much to it. Great lefty serve out wide.
That had some kick in it too, that serve. That's what we've been waiting for all day.
The game's rushing by now. JP Smith, 3 games to love in this final set. Too far away from this wild card and needed to be careful too. Just with that, because quite rightly mentioned out there on the court, 3 double faults for Thompson, 3 aces for JP Smith. It's the difference in this final set.
And Thompson's only 1 breakdown in this 5th set, the deciding set. But at 3 love, it looks like a lot more than that, doesn't it? It feels a lot more than that. And I mean, he's really down on himself at the moment. Rackets being thrown.
Well, certainly the body language is indicating that. And from pretty much the midway through that 3rd set, now obviously there was a flurry in the 4th, but even still, it's just completely dropped away again. Feel like he's fired his shot, but as you said, Kate, he's just a breakdown, so can spin it around quickly. We've seen that the momentum change quickly as the match has gone along. There have been shifts in the momentum.
Yeah, and we saw where JP was. He was serving for that 4th set, and out of nowhere, he'd been serving so well all the way through that, and he dropped that game. Got it back onto even terms, did Thompson. So he needs to be thinking about what happened in that 4th set, and he shouldn't think that he's out of this match. He needs to keep his cool. Can ill afford to run out of rackets.
Well, he's not breaking them. If he did break it, he would get another code violation.
That we know of, yeah.
So Jordan Thompson, love 3, final set.
Out. Love 15.
Yeah, that first serve's just disappeared.
Love 30.
4 double faults. And just 2 points in the entire set thus far for Jordan Thompson.
And that was better. Took a little bit off, but got JP out wide.
15-30.
Opened up the court.
And those shots he was making in the first 2 sets have completely dropped away now. More break points for Love.
Out. 30-40. Yes.
Good response by Thompson.
Yeah, taking a little bit more time with his serve. Just locking in. A lot more focus in the later part of this game.
Advantage Thompson.
Look, JP looking for the call out wide on that serve. It's not going to come though. Go down as an ace. He's very animated, isn't he?
Well, the major source of the frustration that the calls are coming in so late.
Out. Use.
And overruled from the chair. The crowd will start to build up a little bit. The basketball game that was on the basketball game at Margaret Court Arena has just wrapped up, so there are a lot of people making their way out past court number 6. Hopefully not too many disturbances for the players.
Oh, terrific hands by Thompson, and
Advantage Thompson.
JP just couldn't get to that ball.
Oh, he's got that touchback.
Game Thompson.
Good finish to the game as well. And it was just
Smith leads,
rolling
3
away
games to
from
1.
him rapidly, but just slowing the momentum of JP Smith down. It's 3-1 to the player on your screen in this final set.
Yeah, that was really well done by Thompson, because that looked like that scoreline was going to go to 4-zip. And he held on to serve. He's still only that one breakdown. All of a sudden, Thompson with some pep in his step.
Yeah, he's found his second win.
He's had a reminder about what he's out there for, what he's playing for. Stakes are high.
This is where the grind comes in. So JP now hasn't been serving all that badly in the last couple of sets. She's just under a bit of pressure.
$15.30.
Just waiting for Thompson at the back of the court.
Fault.
Yeah, that ball was out wide.
That's the turn of JP Smith just to get a little loose. So break points here for Thompson, bring him right back into this final set.
Yeah, nice hitting from JP, keeping the ball deep in the court. He needs to hold his nerve here and keep himself up a break.
Deuce.
Just getting back on task again, that big first serve. Lefty serve coming into play, so nice fight back from JP Smith. He's the one that's speeding up the pace of the match.
Yes, you can tell he's trying to get through the points really quickly, isn't he? Wasting any time in between points. Thompson tailing off between the points and JP just getting on with it.
And there's the break back.
Smith leads 3 games to 2.
So Thompson bringing it back. Smith leading 3 games to 2, but we're back on serve in this final set.
And just a reminder about hashtag AO Playoff. That's the place to let us know who you think is going to take this 5th set. And we've got a comment here from former commentator, now airport traveller, Bojana Babusik, who is currently at the airport. And she said, I wasn't here for her call, but she said it was going to go to a 5th and it would go to JP. So
no, I don't remember that.
To be fair, she did say that at the start.
Actually. Yeah, no, she did.
Good call. Now, JP spending some time with the trainer as well, just a discussion. There's no sort of assessment or anything going on at the moment. Yep, so he's going to get some work done, I think. That's Jordan Thompson just asking the umpire about it.
It's the left knee that's being looked at.
We know yesterday when he arrived at the commentary box, he had some ice on his wrist. He said it wasn't going to cause him any sort of problems. But now, the space of a 5-set match is just a few problems. The leg now, does he pull the trigger and go with an injury timeout at this stage? Try and slow the momentum of Jordan Thompson in the last 2 games. It looks that way. Gosh, the trainers have had to work overtime this week.
They have been busy, haven't they?
Yep.
Thompson just keeping his muscles nice and cool.
Well, it'd be frustrating for him because he's worked his way back into the
yeah,
into
momentum
set,
is back with him in this 5th set.
and now he's being slowed down. So this was
Mr. Smith is now receiving a medical timeout.
so there we go. So if we if that had been sort of early on the 3rd set, I'm pretty sure Jordan might have just wandered out there with a few old tennis balls and just threw a few serves in just to practice, just to keep him going. But obviously, different story deep into the 5th. So just work being done. Looks like it is on that knee, okay, as you talked about.
Yeah, just on the quad, I think. No magic spray, but the magic cream this time round.
Yeah, well, no strapping at the moment going on that leg. The thing might be that might just get that maintained just in the change of ends from here on in. Remember, it is an advantage set. So got to win by a margin of 2.
Who's taking our dinner orders?
Good way to finish off what's been a good week of tennis here at Melbourne Park.
And while you're watching on YouTube, why not click the subscribe button and subscribe to Australian Open TV, your home for behind-the-scenes access to the Australian Open, where you'll see a bit of everything this year. So make sure you subscribe, where we're giving you daily updates across the tournament and across the site. So it's pretty good value. It's not quite AustralianOpen.com, but for every time you can't go to the website, make sure you check out our YouTube and also all of our other social media channels to stay on top of things.
Yeah, the Aussie Summer of Tennis, we've got Christmas coming up this week. And 2 weeks away, the Hopman Cup, Brisbane International, Summer of Tennis, the Emirates AO Series. So timeout almost done. It was JP Smith, if you're just joining us. He won the first 3 games of this set. And now Jordan Thompson with the last 2. Thompson making the running in the opening set. 6-1, 6-3 the second set. And then JP came back. 6-1 the third set. A tiebreaker for the fourth. And now he prepares to serve Jordan Thompson. Trying level things up in this final set. Umpire will have to speed this up a bit now. So let's just watch JP's movement through these next couple of games. I'm sure the trainer won't be too far away for the change of ends. Thompson serving 2-3 final set.
$15 love. Let's passive. $15 all.
Looking for the off forehand. Thompson.
And he was. Just need to get his footwork into place. He's gotten a little bit slower as the match has worn on, obviously. To get that timing right, but that all starts with the footwork. Make sure he's balanced, he hit through the ball. Forehand's been the weapon for JP Smith and helped him claw his way back into this contest.
15-30.
He's also avoiding teeing off on that left knee. Notice he was pivoting on the right on all shots.
JP thought he had it won.
30 all.
Jordan thought it was out. Super close to the line. And looking for a call again, JP Smith. Clearly Craig Willis enjoyed the basketball today. Making his way home. Just checking out the new Margaret Court Arena before he makes his way here next year. The Rafa Night coming up.
Game Thompson.
Good hold from Jordan Thompson.
3 games all.
Around we go, 3 all.
Just watching the movement of JP Smith after that medical timeout. Looks a little ginger on that left knee. You can see that he is really trying to avoid teeing off on that side. Thompson picks up on that. He should really target the forehand.
Love 15.
I'm a little worried, Pete.
What?
I'm worried for JP Smith.
Would strapping it help? Clearly, obviously, wasn't used as an option during the medical timeout.
I don't know the nature of the injury.
Well, the trainer is courtside, so there'll be some more work done at the change of ends.
15 all.
No!
So how many balls can Jordan Thompson keep in play? Just cannot miss from this stage.
How? 15-30.
Needs to be careful here, Smith.
Will he go again to that wide serve? Served him well.
Well, Thompson knew where he was going with that shot, and he was waiting for it, but just had too much on it.
Yeah, well, he's going to be relying now on half-court balls to finish off these rallies. Want to keep it to 3 or 4 shots max from here on in if the movement's a problem.
40-30.
Didn't really have to move from the middle of the court, JP Smith there.
Smith leads 4 games to 3.
And
So
Smith's cramping.
Thompson,
Thompson's cramping.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of bother here at the baseline, Jordan Thompson. That trainer's going to be working overtime and he cannot move.
Oh, that hurts.
Now, was it just cramp or did he land awkwardly? I didn't quite see what happened there. But he's still down at the baseline.
Now, Pete, this takes us back to the point you made earlier. Already had his 5-minute medical timeout.
Yeah, so
the trainer's busy. We need more trainers.
Yeah, we need one more trainer to make their way out onto court because Jordan Thompson now is limping to the chair, and I don't think he can get there.
Oh, he's in all sorts of trouble.
So the referee, Wayne McEwen's there, and I think he's just said he's done. He can't move, he can't run. This will really be a disappointing end. And now it's the umpire having to do the legwork here because the trainer's still with JP Smith, but both player and trainer down that end of the court are looking on to see what's happening. And I think he's done. Wayne McEwen there. The umpire's going to come across. This could be it. And that is a really disappointing end if that's the case. Oh, this really was an entertaining match. Really close in the final set. Let's wait for the umpire here. See whether the trainer's going to change. So now the trainer's got to go from one side of the court to the other to see what can be done here, to do an assessment on Jordan Thompson. Didn't pick up. It doesn't.
No, it's cramping.
It wasn't appear to be anything abnormal in terms of how he landed on the court there.
No, he just went to walk off to take a seat, and leg just sort of disappeared underneath him. That's what happens with cramp.
So JP Smith feeling a little bit shortchanged because that change of ends was supposed to be for him to get some treatment.
Well, Thompson had been icing his quads between games. We'd been watching that, trying to keep cool, but maybe he was already feeling the onset of cramping.
Well, hard to get an assessment on that, obviously, because JP didn't play the semi-final. Luke Saville pulling out pre-match. And there he is again with the ice.
Oh, Jordan, you mean, Pete?
Jordan Thompson, yes.
There we go, just stretching it out a bit.
So this comes back to the idea of the treatment. So JP has realised that this is just a change of ends now. And we'll know, if Jordan Thompson walks back out, he will know in the first point or two whether he'll be able to move at all. Wow, what a dramatic finish to this match. Deep in the fifth sets, we're on serve.
It all looked pretty straightforward at 2 sets to love not that long ago, and now here we are.
Who can stay upright?
Yeah, will he be able to get any push through those legs to help him with his first serve? Three, 4.
Yeah, and you can already see that the serve is abbreviated. Can't push through.
Well,
well, he should have been doing this from the get-go. It's working for him.
Yeah, and that's going to be
all or nothing,
the plan from now. He's just going to try and slap winners.
Yeah, all or nothing.
Oh, wow. And when he looked down the other end of the court previously, and he saw that JP was struggling. Remember that JP Smith's movement is hampered as well, so
that's an unbelievable point by 2 players that can barely stand.
Well, the game has slowed down, obviously.
But still, distance being covered, Pete, regardless.
Seeing a few drop shots being used here by either player. Oh, that'll work.
30-15.
It's just really strange to see this out here, that both players are struggling.
Uh-oh.
And again he goes down.
That's the calf muscle. Be
so disappointed, Jordan Thompson. But amazingly, it's still 30 all. The guy's not able to use his legs to serve.
Oh, frustration for Thompson. So close.
So break point here for JP Smith.
No.
Because remembering too that JP doesn't want to run very far either at this stage. Is he able to push through these cramps?
Well, down on his haunches again is Thompson, just trying to stretch out.
Advantage, Thompson.
So JP's looking down the other end of the court and he's seeing an injured opponent, but he's thinking to himself, well, I'm injured as well.
Fault.
It's almost if he misses that first serve too, he's so quick to put off that second serve. It's almost like just wants to get on with the next point. I understand the difficulty of pushing through off those legs. That's better.
And see JP running across the court there. He's in a similar position.
Advantage, Thompson.
He's reeled off more forehand winners in this game than he has all set.
Deuce.
And remember too, been saying it throughout today, that this is an advantage set. So he won't have a tiebreaker if it gets to 6-all, which probably isn't pleasing both of those players out there.
Yeah, set himself nicely on that forehand side.
Advantage, Thompson.
And so this game goes on. The last thing he wanted was a long service game.
Game, Thompson.
Well
But
done.
he holds after all of that.
4 games.
4-all.
And to be watching his opponent, JP, up the other end, he's to walk.
We just hope there's some reinforcements of trainers out there, because both players are going to want some work at the change of ends.
Love 15.
Well. I've been focusing on the dramas with Jordan Thompson.
Was a late call.
JP is still hampered down the other end too. Yeah, they got half a sit down of treatment before the trainer had to move across. So now the focus
15-all.
turning away from Jordan Thompson. It's seemingly getting that side-to-side movement back.
He might be able to work through the cramps. He's getting better purchase, definitely on that forehand side. You're right, Pete. You can see that he's able to put more pressure through those legs.
The thing from JP Smith's point of view is he hasn't got cramps, so he can't necessarily play through.
Oh, just missing Thompson. He's taking a second look.
Well, that's not a bad spot for JP to be in. He's struggling with that side-to-side movement. If he gets the opportunity to come in, work across the net, try and finish off these points a little quicker. 4-all, 30-all. It's on the line, and it's called good from the umpire's perspective too.
30.
The linesperson and the umpire both confirm the call.
He had a play on that ball too. JP chose to let it go, and it has found the line.
Remarkably, it's break point.
Oh, that's nice play.
Deuce. Advantage Thompson.
Not finding the line, JP. It's been a weapon on that forehand side, but it's going wide on this occasion.
It's remarkable stuff.
Deuce.
Hobbling around. Now that JP is wanting to get on with it. He's going to get in and serve here. He wants to move on with the match. He doesn't want Jordan to be squatting down at the end of the court. He looked at the umpire there.
Oh. And Thompson just
Advantage Smith.
falling off that last shot, the forehand side, and
And that's what JP wants. JP wants to just get things moving. Doesn't want to let Jordan really stretch out at all.
yeah, Thompson just standing and delivering on those shots. Didn't have to move.
So while the players have a little bit of 5-set experience, it's not too much, and certainly not throughout the year. Again, just slowing things down. Oh. Well, that was good from JP, considering the problems he's got to get forward for that ball. And the court was set up. It was open for Jordan Thompson with the cross court.
That's the thing with Thompson as well. He tends to be a bit flamboyant in his disgust, so you can never tell whether it's cramping or whether he's just upset.
He's got it again. The line was open.
Well, he doesn't have trouble running forward,
Deuce.
Thompson. Once again, just stretching out in between points, turning his back on JP Smith. JP ready to serve. He's doing circle work at the back of the court.
Four deuces so far in this game.
Yeah, I think JP was hoping for that call at the end of his
Advantage Thompson.
Yeah, but that was
court to be. He thought it was long.
that's
That's what I'm
what
trying
we,
to say.
we saw in the first two sets. That nice deep return. And he's got there. Well, against the run of play, against everything. A break of serve. And Jordan Thompson.
What that was about, Pete?
Well, the trainer hasn't made it out onto court yet. Which direction is the trainer going in? And going to Jordan Thompson. So 90 seconds here to do a bit of work. So initially it was the assessment. The last change of ends, there had to be an assessment period to assess whether it was actually cramp. But
what's the ruling on that with cramping?
well, it is considered a loss of condition. So there was no medical time. I mean,
no, there was no medical time out for it.
If you have just joined us in the final set, Jordan Thompson did have an injury time out for a blood nose. So he doesn't have any left.
They've actually got a tweet on that very fact from Sam Groth, who's watching with us. And he can't have treatment for cramp as it's deemed to be a loss of conditioning. So he's finding this match interesting, and tell you what, so are we.
Yep. Yeah, there's only one trainer courtside, so normally there's a few more there, just on the sidelines, just waiting for things.
Smith wasn't seen to just then.
So
he must be feeling better in terms of his movement out there. I thought he actually did move better in that last game.
3.5 hours have been on court, and Jordan Thompson is serving for the match. He got it in the corner.
Love 15.
Oh, and JP really forced to push through off that left knee to get that forehand. Made the return, gets the winning shot. But pulling up short. Needs to be careful.
Love 14.
Why not?
Didn't have plans tonight.
No.
Got nowhere else to go. It's a familiar sound this afternoon.
And so there's the break of serve. 5-all final sets.
And just quickly, I think I found my favourite tweet of the week so far. This is from Matt Johnson, who says, Oprah's going to run onto the court any second screaming, everybody wins a wild card, just to add to all the narratives. And tell you what, I don't think we're too far away from that happening.
Direction ball was good.
Oh, Lord.
Replay the point.
That's not what either player wants at this stage of the match, to play an extra point.
Yes, you don't need the practice at this point of the match.
15 left.
It's a big serve from JP. Some easy points is what he's after.
Great reach.
15 all.
Did well, but Thompson insists on targeting the backhand of JP Smith, and Not sure that he's realised that it's the left leg that's causing him trouble. So if he gets it onto that forehand side,
15-30.
makes it difficult for JP.
All.
What did Daria Gavrilova tweet a little bit earlier today? Nice to know that
she didn't have to play 5 sets.
I've earned my wild card. I would have thought whoever wins this match has more than well and truly earned their wild card into the Australian Open. Oh, wonderful touch.
You can barely walk out there, yet able to reach for that shot.
40-30.
Well, it's going to take them 4 weeks to recover anyway, so.
Game point for Smith. He got a little more pop on the serve, and he got through there.
Smith leads.
So Thompson now will have to come out and serve to stay in the match.
And the trainer just flipping the coin as to who he'll treat this change of ends. No.
Wayne McEwen, the referee, stepped in there and just sort of said, no, that's
enough
enough
treatment.
Yep. So that's it. Just the players. So we've ticked over 3.5 hours in this match. Considering how quickly that first set went.
Well, the first 2 sets, really. I mean,
yeah.
they flew. Oh, the first 3. 6-1 in the third.
There's a particularly long 4th set. A few exchanges of breaks. And now here, obviously with the various injury problems for both players, we've seen this set go a little bit longer than what we thought of initially. Remembering JP Smith got out to a 3-love lead in the early stage of this set. Remember Jordan Thompson, the defending champion here, beat JP Smith in the semi-finals last year. And now he's serving to remain in it. Remembering, again, if you're just joining us for the first time, that there's no tie break at 6-all should it get that far.
It's difficult to watch the players in between the points. They seem to be able to move freely during the point, but afterwards both pulling up tight. JP looks like that left leg's about to go from under him.
His movement slightly freer though for Jordan Thompson in his serve. Not by much, just slowly coming back.
Yeah, it's a lovely backhand from JP. Got the short ball, but take nothing for granted out there at the moment.
Well, the other thing too is that both of these players have played full seasons, so it's been a long year for both of them.
30-15.
So in terms of finishing off the season, a couple of days out from Christmas, it's been the long haul, remembering that these players start right from the first tournament of the year. JP said yesterday when we spoke to him that he'll be home with his family for Christmas, then head straight down again.
30-all.
Big point, Pete.
Wait, please. 40-30.
Clear miss.
Oh, it's an ace to hold.
After all of that.
6 games all.
We go the distance. No tie break. Oh dear. This is not good for JP Smith right now. He's out of injury timeouts, and I think he might be running out of time. The play stops again. Considered a separate injury. No, we'll have to wait and see what the trainer does here in terms of assessment.
Yeah, I think they're... No, I'm not sure, because I thought he was actually about to look at the ankle, but...
Well, they've got to quickly talk about that. I think they've just got to quickly assess whether JP can go on or not. Because there's no injury time out here, or at least there shouldn't be. Wayne McEwen's out there, the Australian Open referee. He's right on top of this. Mind you, I don't think Jordan Thompson will mind having the break at this stage
not
either.
at all. Not at all.
Just a little bit of extra just to get the ice on there. I don't think he'll be racing back out there in a hurry.
Interesting with the cramping though, Pete. I'm not sure if the best thing to do, obviously to get some ice onto those legs, yes, but to be sitting.
Yeah. The wider implications, we just talked about earlier, that the fact that there's a quick turnaround to the Australian summer and you don't want to risk doing any longer lasting damage. So it's now down at the ankle.
These boys are running out of places to be injured. Oh, she's going back on.
Yeah, so there's no sort of injury timeout that can be taken here. It all has to be rolled into the change of ends. I tell you what, that trainer today has earned his money. He's been out on court that many times.
He'll need to go and refill his bag full of goodies. There's nothing left in there. Magic cream, magic sprays.
Second serve.
So a second serve after all of that on this first point.
Ow! 15 love. Oh! 15 all.
Yeah, he just can't get back in time. He just can't push off his legs to be able to get across to that next ball.
Oh, that was always going to be tough to get to.
Not even the walking wounded, are they? Because they're barely standing.
Yeah, Thompson obviously able to get around the court more easily than his opponent.
Break points again for Jordan Thompson at 15-40.
40.
The thing with JP's on-court demeanour, it's just so consistent that you don't really see how serious his issues are.
No, it's hard to get a read on him, other than the fact that he can't walk.
Deuce.
This is the crunch. This is what all the training's been about for these players. The conditions that they'll face in January next year at the Australian Open.
Advantage Thompson. Co-violation,
JP.
audible obscenity, warning Smith.
Yeah, JP just miscuing on his backhand.
So they're 1-1 on that front. The code violations today. I reckon that one was pretty clear.
Deuce.
Why not?
Advantage Thompson.
Notice with JP's serve now too, it can't push through those legs.
Deuce.
Doesn't need to. It's all about accuracy.
John's going to buy a bit more time here by talking to the umpire. Tough call for the umpire because it's down the other end, other side of the court from her.
Don't think she needs to be reminded about what the score is. She's well aware.
Advantage Thompson.
So a break of serve.
Thompson
Understandably,
leads,
with
serving
both
game
players struggling at the moment to get into their service motion. So Jordan Thompson will have the opportunity to serve out for the serve out the match.
But as you said, Pete, at the moment, I think both players would prefer to receive rather than to serve. It's easier to break it this time. Both struggling to really push through off their legs. And it's becoming more apparent for JP.
So the trainer's gone. It's just a war of attrition to get to the end of the match. So you just joined us. Jordan Thompson won the first two sets pretty comfortably, 6-1, 6-3, and then JP got things back on track, 6-1 the third set, a tight fourth set, which JP was pretty convincing in the tiebreaker. And now we are at 7-6 in the fifth set, an advantage set. Jordan Thompson cramping up in this final set. Knee problems for JP Smith. Both have had the trainer out. A blood nose for Jordan Thompson in the fourth set, which he did have an injury timeout for. And now we're slowly getting to the finish. And on offer today, an Australian Open main draw wildcard.
And the conversation on hashtag AO Playoff is going off, and I think this one basically sums it up the best. This is insane. Sarah, we agree completely.
Not a bad way to finish off the tournament, though.
Might need my own trainer in here, I think, Pete. I'm starting to lose feeling in my legs. How are you doing?
Doing okay.
You all right? You're hanging in there? You've got your Powerade.
So here we go. Jordan Thompson serving for the match at 7-6.
Oh, a lovely backhand winner by Smith. Just teeing off on the backhand side, finds the line.
Love 30.
And really, you wouldn't underscore how good the placement needs to be from both of these players. Lost a lot of power from the back of the court. Obviously not able to really push into the ball.
The call of the Wild.
Fifteen 40.
You can see Thompson just grabbing top part of his hamstring. His lower glute causing trouble.
Game Smith.
Why not? 7-all. Let's
7
just
games
keep going to decide this wild card.
Again, I think it's easy to break serve when your opponent's broken, and both those guys struggling when it comes to their turn.
Oh, just can't put any pressure through their legs, so they've got abbreviated service actions and on court.
Love.
Just missing down the line.
This really simple to say. Whoever holds serve will win the match, but
well, it's true.
It's been remarkable in this fifth set that anyone's been able to hold serve at all. Mind you, we've gone break for break of late, obviously.
I'm just wondering how much more Smith can take out there on court. I mean, he is really struggling. Thompson seems to have worked through his cramps, but there's an injury to JP, and we're not really sure what that is at this stage. It looked like it was his quad, and I think he's had to compensate because of that injury, and now there's other parts of his body that's feeling the effects.
Well, hobbling to the line now. There's nothing left in the tank for either player.
Oh, it's actually horrible to watch.
Well, there's also wider implications here for JP Smith's season.
He's gone.
He literally cannot move. That is just locked in.
He's trying to make his way across to the seat.
Now, the umpire, I think, is going to say you're going to have to turn back around and go back out because there's not a lot that can be done. Obviously, there'll be a little bit of understanding here from the umpire in terms of it'd be a bit stiff to get a code violation for time here.
Oh, this is horrible.
But it won't be able to move, so there's no real point in actually going back out there to finish off that game. But if he does finish off the game, then maybe something might be able to happen. It's just hard to watch
Oh, Pete, this is really difficult. Oh, he's asked for tennis ball, but no, he's gone down on his haunches again.
Now, will he could consider serving underarm, which he's quite within his right to do. Oh, and he still won the point. How did that happen?
This is insane.
30-40.
He still won the point. Jordan Thompson would be furious after all that.
Let's second serve.
There's the double though.
And Thompson.
So Thompson breaks serve again.
8 games to 7.
He'll come out and serve for the match at 8-7. Final sets.
And of course, these guys are playing off for an Australian Open wildcard place. And I think Jens from Sweden on our hashtag AO playoff sums it up perfectly with his latest tweet on the Twitter line. He's saying, I don't think these guys will be able to finish the match before the main draw even starts. So
That's a good point.
Yeah, don't know why I bothered doing all my Christmas shopping. I'll be here on Christmas Day, the looks of things.
Well, I don't think I've seen anything like that before, Pete, have you? Your years of calling matches?
Well, yeah, you do see it from time to time, and it is based around that cramp as opposed to an injury. And this is what they're playing for, the hard-earned, really hard-earned wild card. Oh, there's the accreditation anyway.
Oh, just give it to both boys.
Well, I think both players, whoever ends up losing this match, will have a strong case for asking Mr. Tiley for a wild card through, because they perform superbly.
And I have to say, back earlier in this set, it's a very long fifth set, it was Thompson that looked like it was the one that was likely to pull out. He was in all sorts of trouble in terms of his cramps, and he's managed to work his way through that. Oh, JP Smith.
But it's a different problem for JP Smith. We need to stress that.
Yeah, it is. It's not just cramping for him. It started with what appeared to be an issue with his quad.
Here we go. 8-7 for Jordan Thompson. Whoa, that cleared the line.
There's another chapter to play out here.
And credit to both guys fighting spirit, because it could have been easy for both players at various stages through this final set just to give it away and say, no, I've had enough, but they keep getting back out there. They want to finish this off.
Well, what we saw just before of JP was cramping, so he's probably thinking, if I can keep going, keep working my way through this, I'll disappear as they have for Thompson.
Should point out, yes, it was cramping, Kate, but earlier on in the set it was a knee problem for JP Smith. Well, certainly the trainer was out for it, so I wonder whether one's kicked on the other.
Yeah, you're right, Pete, because if you start to compensate too much for the injury, then you can find yourself with another one pretty soon.
It's been a long road, 5 sets. We're pushing 4 hours on court, and Jordan Thompson has got match point.
Wants the ball back.
And he got there! What a remarkable match! What a final set! It went the long way, but Jordan Thompson has made it back-to-back wildcards into the Australian Open. A gallant performance from John Patrick Smith. Both players struggling with injury in that final set. It was a war of attrition, but finally Jordan Thompson gets through 9-7 in the fifth set, 3 hours and 50 minutes on court. Wow, what a remarkable finish to this tournament.
Absolutely, Pete. I mean, in the end, as you said, it was about who could remain standing upright on court, and Thompson coming through with that 9-7 in the fifth. Well, he's on the court, on his back, just breathing, trying to
well, the Ice Bars are going to get a workout this afternoon. Incredible tennis, remarkable tennis from both players late in that set. Both could barely move out there on court, struggling with their service action. Oh, it's just whoever could stay out there the longest, who could outlast the other, and in the end, it was Jordan Thompson. But really, no losers out there today, and JP Smith has done his chances of getting a discretionary wild card no harm at all. What a thriller here on court number 6 at Melbourne Park. 6-1, 6-3, 1-6, 6-7, 9-7. 3 hours and 50 minutes on court. And wow, be lucky to actually get through this presentation, because I don't think the players will be in too much of a hurry.
We can't ask them to actually stand up and chat to anyone for too long.
So we're not too far away from the presentations, which I imagine will be done pretty quickly. But wow, thriller to finish off. Hope you enjoyed the coverage across this week. We'll have the presentations coming up shortly to finish things off. But a 9-7 final set. We weren't expecting that when Jordan Thompson was up 6-1, 6-3. I think the consensus will be on hashtag AO Playoff and around social media that both players after that today deserve a wild card. One thing from JP Smith's point of view is hopefully that knee injury, which kind of compounded with the cramp he got late in the set, whether that'll be an ongoing issue for him. Certainly be looking forward to his trip home, and I reckon rest and relaxation will be the key. Same for this man. He'll be able to start planning out his January and just taking every opportunity to sit down, and that is completely understandable. A remarkable finish, and Jordan Thompson making it back-to-back wildcards. It was a 5-setter last year against Ben Mitchell, and then he went the absolute distance this year against JP Smith. So the 5th seed grabbing the wild card at this event. You can see the ball kids getting into position. Imagine it's going to be an emotional presentation coming up. Let's get down to the presentation area. I'll just let Jordan put on some clothing. That'll be handy. And we won't be too far away from it. Good celebrations, I think, tonight. We'll be slightly muted as well. Let's go down to Francis Sawyer courtside for the presentations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic final. Tennis Australia put on the Australian Open wildcard playoff to test our athletes under Australian Open conditions. And we got as close as we could get, if not right on cue with the hottest day that's never showdown, above 30 degrees. A great 5-set final. Can you put your hands together for Jordan and John Patrick for a great final. I'm going to invite the runner-up for the 2015 Australian Open playoff. From Queensland, John Patrick Smith.
John, I know it's tough out there, but you must be proud of the effort you put in today.
Yeah, firstly, I'd like to thank all my fans for coming out and watching me today. Really appreciate it, and sorry, can't spoil it. And also thanks to everyone who put on the tournament. As Frankie said, it's a great opportunity to play five sets in match conditions, and it's always tough. And also all the ball kids and the officials this couple of weeks, and Jordan today did really hard. Did really hard, and thank Frankie, he was in a great form as well, so thanks.
Fantastic effort today, and good luck for the summer coming up.
So here to help us present the accreditation to Jordan is Sam DeAndre here from the Brixton Street Tennis Club in Western Australia. He came through the Super 10 series and also competing in Melbourne this week in the 12 and under Australian Championships. Here to present the main draw accreditation to our winner. Back to back, he's done it. He had to do it tough today, but congratulations to Jordan Thompson from New South Wales.
Well, Jordan, I know that. We'll keep this trying short and sweet for you. 2 sets to love, and things are looking pretty rosy.
Same as last year as well. Take us through that fifth set. You're down in the cramps. How are you just trying to put the next point together?
Yeah, great question. I have no idea. I just managed to do it. Yeah, a little bit lucky in a couple of winners. It was just swinging. But yeah, I can't remember everyone off the top of my head. But thanks Frankie, Wayne, great match JP, all the stringers, and all you guys coming out and supporting. I'm sure there's a lot of people on this, but thank you.
Well, congratulations. And good luck in
the Australian Open 2015. We've also got here Lauren and Ethan here to present the winners' accreditations for the Australian Open Mixed Doubles Wildcard playoff that was played here this afternoon. Lauren and Ethan represented Australia, Western Australia in the Super 10s competition, and we hope to see them playing in the mixed doubles competition in Australian Open in the future.
So today we had 11 pairs go head-to-head in the winter wildcard final. Players from every state and territory battled it out.
Across the mixed doubles wildcard into Australian Open 2015. Can we congratulate our runners-up from Queensland, Gavin Van Peppersill and Ashlyn Sutner.
Yeah, just firstly, I think both the boys definitely need another round of applause because that was up there. That was pretty good. Thanks to Frankie and James for putting on the winter wildcard competition. It was pretty cool to play off for a spot for mixed. It's a bit of a change up. Congratulations to the guys. They played really good all day and they got us in the final. So I hope you guys do really well and maybe take out a title, Grand Slam. Not bad. And also thanks to Ash for playing. We had a good time in Queensland and we had a good day today. We come up short, but that's okay. And see you guys.
Thanks, Gavin. Well said, mate. And our winners, Victorian Sam Thompson and Marsha Jovanovic, they played their regional qualifying match at the Burundara Tennis Centre and their nominated club, the North Ringwood Tennis Club, have won $5,000 thanks to Sam and Marsha's efforts today. So congratulations, making it through to the main draw of their first ever Grand Slam. I'm pretty confident saying that. Congratulations to Marsha Jovanovic and Sam Thompson. I'll start you off. How about that? Mixed doubles into, have you played mixed doubles before together? That's, it's an unusual event, a new event from Tennis Australia, and a wildcard into a Grand Slam must be, a great feeling.
It's an awesome feeling, and no, first time actually. We've never played mixed doubles before, so we're pretty stoked. Yeah.
And Sam as well. Both of you guys play on the pro circuits as well from time to time. So, getting a crack at the Grand Slam. Have you got any opponents in mind that you wouldn't mind having a go at?
Well, I'm not too sure who's going to be playing, but I mean, it'd be great to play some of the singles players. I think someone like Federer or Nadal, I can't imagine they'd be playing, but it'd be pretty impressive to play against them. So.
Oh, well, I'm sure it's going to be a buzz for you guys walking around the corridors with the big names in January. So congratulations. You've got a few thank yous?
So firstly, thanks to all the officials and tournament organisers for today. It was a great event and ran really smoothly. All the fans that came to watch as well. We appreciate your support. To Gavin and Aisling, bad luck today, but good match. So you guys played really well. And obviously the ball kids and the linesmen. So yeah, thanks very much.
No worries. Congratulations, Sam and Marsha, once again.
All right, so there you go. The presentation's done there for the winner wildcard, which has been played across Australia over the last couple of months. And some worthy winners there. But, wow, that man, very, very happy, Kate Kearns. What an amazing performance. And, well, JP will be disappointed it ended the way it did. He can be really proud about the way he played across this week.
No, absolutely. And I think if the sort of the information that's coming through off AO playoff is anything to go by, people out there want him to get a wild card into the Australian Open for 2015. He played so well out there today, and in the end it was a war of attrition, last man standing type situation, and Thompson was the better man.
Yeah, well, certainly he's done his chances of getting a discretionary wildcard no harm with the performance today. Earlier today was Daria Gavrilova, who had a straight sets win over Arina Rodionova to win the women's wildcard, and that man on your screen, 9-7 in the fifth set over JP Smith. Both players could barely walk towards the end, but got through, and very happy to be back at the Australian Open again. Well, it's been another fantastic week of action here at Melbourne Park, thanks to all the team behind the scenes. The Australian Open starts on the 19th of January. Before that, the Emirates Australian Open Series. Have a wonderful Christmas. The summer of tennis is not too far away.